Hello everyone, welcome to the stream. Happy Tuesday. I know today was supposed to be art stream. I'm still getting things set up and still thinking over the ideas for the art stream with Gengar and Mewtwo and Umbreon. I'll probably end up sketching out some ideas next stream, but I've been kind of feeling under the weather and decided that I just wanted to chill with you guys and do some Stardew tonight with the ladies. And I have some hot tea with machine, so that'll make everything better. But yeah, come hang out and come watch the stream. I appreciate you being here. Thank you again. Hello, we are live.
Hello.
The lovely Lady Rose and Lady Rain.
I'm still doing the dishes.
No rush. We're going to. I'm like watching myself here and getting confused, so.
Good job.
I was like, no, I want to look at the game, not the stream. So are we starting? Oh, we're starting day 1 of fall.
Oh yeah, I forgot about that.
So we're gonna plant all the corn. No, we did get the 5 gold corn thingamajigs, didn't we?
Yeah,
I think so.
Yeah, unfortunately, I don't have the parsnips though.
Yeah, we missed the parsnips, and I think we got the melons. So we did that too.
Yeah.
And I know we just expanded both barns, and I am eagerly awaiting to be able to make cheese machines, which should be any moment now. Let's get into this, and then we can expand our bags hopefully soon. I know we're upgrading tools, but I think it would be great if we could all expand our bags very soon.
Could you put the invite code in the stream?
Terrifyingly bubbly.
I just hit the button, but you should be able to join, I think.
Oh,
I never have to send it to Rain.
Oh, there we go.
Look.
No,
yeah.
I
just actually hadn't turned on the host thing yet, so that's fine.
Oh, gotcha. I was kidding. I was jumping the gun. I was so ready for fall.
Why the heck am I picking up
day 1.
stuff for my thing? I don't know what's going on here. Okay, anyway. Oh, because I'm still in bed. I'm gonna open this and put some stuff in there because we can't. Oh, look at. I moved my theme, my stream deck, so maybe I could hit the buttons more accurately now. Maybe. Everybody's gonna be like, why are you live so early?
Why'd you move all my furniture in front of my bed?
That is Rain, 100%. We told her that was going to be a problem if one of us made an emergency crash landing into your house to sleep.
Crash landing for any of us.
Rude.
I just had a feeling that you were going to wake up in your room, so.
Hold on, I gotta reorganize.
Yeah. Alright, I just took care of this. Oh. No, I can't hear it. You're good. Oh, she's still working on this coop.
Yeah, I wasn't sure if you could hear it or not, so. At least noise cancellation is helpful.
Yo.
Grateful it's working.
And did I put another egg? I did. And is there anything in here that I need to collect? Just tree post.
I'm gonna need some rinse too.
You're gonna need what? Jay! Oh my gosh! Hi Jay, welcome. Drink water? I have hot tea, does that count?
Really low on rinse aid.
I got hot tea because I have not been feeling the best, and hot tea is definitely with that. I do have water here. I have 2 water cups actually, so I'm prepared. I have water here and water here, so I think you're good on the fluids. At least you know I drink plenty of water. Okay, chickens are taken care of. I'm gonna go check on the cows and then we'll get gardening stuff.
I can go get the flounder for Demetrius.
Oh, he needs the flounder this time?
Yeah.
Interesting.
Wait, is flounder only in summer?
I don't know.
Well, I guess we'll find out.
I don't remember. Alright, I think I'm gonna need this post here. So we're gonna put the post here. I'm loving the move so far, by the way. Oh, does that mean it's going smoothly or going or being sarcastic? I'm thinking that means it's going smoothly, and I'm happy for you. So I think you were like on your last vehicle load or something, and like last time I talked to you.
Oh god, my bar's so low.
You know our memories are going to be shot once we start another playthrough. We're not going to have any idea which of the 3 saves we did what in. We're going to have to make notes at the end of streams.
Fine.
Just say, be like, what the heck did I do this in? It's doing well, and I moved in with a girlfriend. Yay! I'm so happy for you.
Oh.
You got all moved in. That's wonderful. Alright, we're gonna kill the stuff that's dead, and then harvest this little flower. Put it in here, put the corn in here. And then seeds in there. I think eventually we're gonna plant the pumpkin seeds, that's my understanding. But I need to get the watering can and do the watering things. Let's do this. I'm just gonna concentrate today on watering the crops we have. We'll figure out what we need to plant later. It's already 2 o'clock.
What?
In the
The
game.
days in this
Yeah,
game
no, I
goes
know.
by fast. I'm like, really? I'm like, how does time fly so fast? Also, I sat on my webcam LL during the move. No! It's all broken in. Is it broke? I'm taking it, yes.
I think I
keep
deserve an
it.
extra fishing achievement because I just caught a fish as I sneezed and didn't go on with a little green bar.
That is very advanced technique. You do. I agree. You do deserve an achievement for that. Okay, I'm not lining these up right because I'm not looking in the right direction. There. And we have dead stuff, and we have one more thing to water. I hate that the corn is not even. I feel like it needs to be fixed, but oh well. It's going to drive me nuts, but it's okay.
So fun fact, flounder can only be caught in summer, so I will stop trying to get one for Demetrius.
Ah. Okay, what seeds did we have? I forget. I'll put the worm can back. Oh, we were supposed to do pumpkins. That's what we're supposed to do. 13 days. And broccoli. Ooh. Okay. Plant a little bit of broccoli because that's going to really help us out. And I'll make sure to put down fertilizer. I think I found out that you can do fertilizer after you plant your crops, but it's like an advanced skill. So I was thinking you couldn't do it unless you modded, but you can. I did it after the fact the other day, and I was like, what? Because I had forgot to put fertilizer down. So it doesn't let you do it like day one when you're farming. You got a new one coming soon. I mean, new one's not a bad thing. You'll have some. I'll make sure all these have fertilizer on them. All these potential plots that we might be planting stuff to. And we're gonna plant some broccoli. Okay, that's nice and even. I'm gonna plant some pumpkins. I'm trying not to overly plant, but it's gonna be a thing. And I messed that up. That's okay. But I'm happy you have a new camera coming so that you can hang out and video cam with everybody. Would you be interested in playing Stardew with us on Friday? Would you be interested? Are you going to have a computer set up and internet? Just curious. I'm sure you have no clue what you'll be doing on Friday at this point, considering you're in the middle of a move, but just wanted to offer as well. Okay, so those in there. I've got my laptop right now and no desktop yet, PC yet. Yeah. Soon, hopefully, right? Get you all set up and running again. I think I'm just gonna go buy corn seeds just for the sake of corn seeds because I don't like it not being even. It's driving me nuts. Oh, I don't have a pickaxe. I hate this. I don't have a.
On the 2 rows.
Yeah, I don't own a pickaxe. So I can't like move things. Like, oh yeah, I can. Okay. I was swapping out with the mine one, the nice one. So I am like part of the group that just doesn't have one. I guess I don't know how to describe it. Where it's I don't own one. And luckily, I can move stuff with my axe. I'm going to do a new PC build soon because the keys on my laptop are too small. A new PC sounds exciting as well. All right, so we're going to take this and I'm going to just uproot one seed because I can put down the sprinkler right there randomly. That's okay. And I have candles, so block off our.
Where's the broccoli you just planted?
The right. There's a few empty
Suck your
holes
butt.
though if you have
I have
stuff.
two more broccoli, so.
Mhm. But yeah, I have a few empty holes.
Oh, dude, you know what something I saw? Hold on. I'm gonna move one
What'd
of
you
the little
say?
flames.
Oh, on top of the sprinkler? Yeah, I saw that. That's so cool, right? I like it. If you have a pickaxe and you want to destroy these two random
Oh,
rocks,
got you. Hold on.
that would be awesome because they're just going to annoy me. Oh no, it's midnight. And there I watered your seeds. Ooh, there we go. And then we can head to sleepy sleeps. But yeah, new PC build. That sounds exciting. I would love a new PC. So would Rose, I imagine, and Rain, actually. All three of us are
What about me?
kind of like end of life on our PCs and would love new PCs.
Yeah.
It would be amazing. Okay, it's time to go. Yes. I made it. And I made money. Laptops are great for on the go and for like lounging in bed and stuff like that, but PCs are just so much more ergonomical friendly, and just when you're gonna be at that computer for long hours, it's just so much better.
I would like a laptop too, because I don't have one anymore since I left my job in North Carolina.
Yeah, I would go nuts. I love my. I don't even use my iPad a whole lot, but I would be not lost without my iPad and my laptop. It's like each tool has a different purpose at a different time, and I enjoy.
Yep.
Incubator. Love the chickens. And today is Tuesday, which means Marnie is not home because she's.
Marnie's never freaking home.
Yeah, she's not home like. Is it Mondays and Tuesdays or Tuesdays and Wednesdays? I don't remember.
Where'd the white cows come from?
We bought some cows. They have funny names too.
I've only ever had brown cows.
Yeah, there's like two different colors of brown, but there's white ones too. Yeah.
Oh shit. My inventory's full.
And ooh, kind of like. Oh, I didn't mean to like pick it up completely, but okay.
Where are cheese makers?
Oh, I don't have them crafted yet.
Oh, gotcha.
I'm trying to take care of the animals as many times as possible so that I can unlock it.
Gotcha.
I haven't touched them enough times yet.
Gotcha. Sorry, I started taking care of the cows.
That's okay. Everybody helps, and I think that's part of it. It takes longer to unlock it. Are we both in the bin at the same time? That's
I guess
cool.
so. I didn't empty my chest yesterday. Or my belt.
Oh, but I didn't think it let us both be in there at the same time. That's pretty cool. Just checking to see if there's anything I need to get going. Shane, welcome to the stream. Also, poke catch guys. Oh, it already escaped. Never mind. As I push the button. Of course. Welcome. Also, I'm doing some repair work on my girlfriend's place. When she's work, she had some old floorboards that needed replaced, so I'm doing that right now. That's awesome of you. You were super handy. Guess who just got some honey? Don't we need that for the museum? Oh, wait. Also, Rose, I don't think you played with us last time. We have a box near the exit to go to town, like
Okay.
the furthest little bin that we made. And we put anything that's got to go out of town in there, like the community center, Gunther. That way, the next person to go that way can just grab all that stuff and take it.
Perfect. Do we want to save milk in the meantime, or should we just sell it for now?
You can keep selling it for now.
Okay.
All our produce, we're trying to only sell silver right now. Gold we're keeping for just because and for the thing, and regular we're saving for processing in the thingamajigs. Hopefully I can make a whole bunch more of those eventually, but I was trying to hold out on my supplies until I get the what should we call it? The cheese things.
Yeah.
Because I think I need stone and wood, and I don't want to use up all my stone and wood on building more preserve jars until I get some. I don't feel like we need all of those. We're gonna put that in there and make some money. Yeah, because I don't think there's any stone in here and any wood in here. There is wood. It's always the stone we need. And I think the pickaxe might be getting repaired. I don't know. Or upgraded.
I was gonna say repaired.
Upgraded. I'm sorry, wrong word. Upgrade. Yeah, so you did the same thing I did, Jay. The Pokemon left before we even, got there, apparently.
God, it's already 1 o'clock.
Yep.
I swear, time moves faster on this farm.
I haven't done any foraging either.
I'm working on it. I got a blackberry so far.
Sweet. Like, I haven't checked the beach yet either, so down that way. And I was gonna go buy a couple corn seeds to fill in the holes and make it even, but I didn't. And go see what we actually need to buy. For this year, I don't know what we need as far as crops.
Do we need pumpkins?
We've got pumpkins in the ground.
Okay.
So we started those because we got free seeds sitting over in the museum. If you go over there, you'll get some more pumpkin seeds. And we'll have plenty of pumpkins to grow.
Once we do the foraging bundle.
Huh?
Once we do the foraging bundle, we'll get those free fall seeds.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, but only one of us gets it. It used to be everybody got it for the community center, but now only one person does.
That's lame.
Yeah, I agree. Okay, so cows are done, garden's done, chicken's done. Anyways, talk about work. I'm gonna go back to it. I'll speak to you guys later. Have a good one. Thank you so much for hanging out and coming by and saying hi, and good luck with your work there, repairing those floorboards. Oh, the new billboard thing in Jiggy's been built. Trying to give us more work to do, humans. They really want to give us more work to do.
Well, God forbid any of them do it themselves.
Mm-hmm.
My favorite is when Willie asks for, like, I need a fish! Like, bro.
Right? Eggplant, bok choy, yam, cranberry, wheat. We need some more wheat because we need 10 of them for the thingamajig. We need amaranth so we can go get the mayor's dang shorts. I don't remember what else she likes.
She likes diamonds. Pumpkin
Yeah,
pie.
that's what Rain said, diamonds. I was like, we're gonna have amaranth before we have diamonds.
Yeah, right?
Marnie, stop communing with your cult.
That's a tall order.
We need her to leave so, you know, I can do animal things. But no.
Oh, right, the mine carts don't work.
Why is everybody gonna be by the trash cans? Oh no. Everybody's by the trash cans. I can't check them. I only got to check one. Blackers. Mildly foraging. Just on my way back to the garden. It looks like there's berries and mushrooms everywhere. Oh, I keep forgetting, like, each time you play, I don't know if you've seen this yet, but you can zoom out and see more of your map to see where items are.
Yeah,
I keep forgetting to zoom out.
Huge. I've been using it to figure out how I want my farm to be laid out.
It's just like so helpful to zoom out. Alright, forward. And forward and forward again. Okay, and then going to no, we're gonna do it this way. Oh, chop. I have to use this tool. Really? Oh, scythe. There. I heard something, but he was like, ouch.
Sorry.
No! I was just like, uh-oh. Are they getting ouchy? Yeah. No! There. I think I want one. And it's already 9:40.
Time flies. I need a freaking glow ring.
Oh, I can probably make you one if we go get some solar essence. And we might have one laying around, actually. One of the smaller ones.
Okay, I'll take a look. I still only have a rusty sword, so going further down in the mines is taking me a hot
Oh yeah, look around for weapons and stuff. We have weapons and stuff. Yeah, we went further down in the mines, so you might be able to just go down through the level 10s and grab stuff. Okay. Also, I'll look around real quick and see what we got laying around. Too. I think I might have put some in my chest in my house, like random weapons.
Do we have different patches of farmland, or are we putting everything in the same patch?
You know where everything is to be watered.
Okay, because I've got the
and we keep the
to add.
We keep the main watering can over here too. The upgraded one is in the chest. So if you go to water, grab the upgraded one.
Awesome.
And we keep the upgraded pickaxe normally at the mine. So that if you are the only one over there, you can grab the upgraded pickaxe. But I think it's being upgraded right now. Again.
Gotcha.
And then, oh yeah, tools. Let's look around right here real quick. There's a regular pickaxe in here. Yes, that's the one I've been needing. So I don't have the upgraded one. And then there's a crystal dagger in my chest in my house, if you want that. But I'm sure you can get it in the mine.
Yeah, I'll go to the mines tomorrow and see what I can find.
Yeah, because you can probably get that one.
Oh crap, I should probably go to bed instead of planting.
Yeah, we probably should. That's what I say. Sleep times.
I don't have the luxury to go to bed after 1.
I know. I mean, yeah, because it affects everybody. Oh, somebody needs a seaweed. Don't forget, somebody needs a seaweed. Oh no, that was the other day. Never mind. But there's a melon, a cauliflower, and a hot pepper on reserve if you need to give them to somebody.
Okay.
Welcome, Turtle. Yeah, there's morning asking for the amaranth, but you know, we know. We're growing it. We're gonna have to wait. I gotta check on the cows. So I can hopefully unlock the cheese thing soon. And I don't know if I can go buy stuff today, if Marnie's still doing her business.
Marnie should be there.
Yeah, it might be Mondays and Tuesdays. She's not.
What is going on? Hey. Shh.
We have your iridium milk now. Just fancy. Iridium milk. Okay. Gumshoe appeared. Chickies. Alright, where you at, chickies? Oh. Did you discover the secret about the ducks yet?
Oh, they go in the pond!
I found out by accident because of where the coop is positioned, and they just, like, leave the fence. And I'm like, how'd you get out of the fence? And then I'm like, oh, wait, what?
So cute.
Maybe. I captured it? What do you mean you captured it? You already own it? Or you're claiming it? Jeez. But yeah, we realized turning vegetables into preserves is okay. But don't use your star ones because it doesn't give you star level vegetable preserves.
Oh, lame.
So use your regular plain ones. Save your gold ones for events and sell your silver. That's what we're doing right now.
Yeah, that makes sense. God, I already have like 67 energy.
Alright, what are we naming the duck?
Daffy.
Quackers.
Oh, one of my ducks on my farm is named Quackers.
I'll do Daffy and Crackers.
Yeah.
I think one of mine on my other farm is Crackers as well. Oh, no, I gotta go back. We gotta buy a goat now because we can get goat's milk. Let's see, and work on getting a large goat cheese.
Poor baby.
All right, I need a goat name.
Billy.
It's Billy and that. Okay. We have 2 new goats on the farm and 2 new ducks. Robin, you are not getting 80 pieces of hardwood. I'm sorry.
Nope, she sure isn't. I just realized I don't have the right kind of axe for that. Oops. Sorry, guys.
Yeah, she is not getting that anyway. Alan, welcome. There's a train going
I
through
thought we had
town.
enough.
Why would we want to give it to her though when we could build stuff with it?
Well, and it has to be fresh. Like, you have to chop it.
Oh.
I don't want to give her hardwood. We need that for crafting. Because I'm sure we need like 100 for a horse or something done later.
Probably.
Hi Ellen, how are you doing? Welcome to the stream. Oh, Bunny! I just saw Bunny.
I have a friend whose cat.
Oh, he's dropping coal everywhere. Dang train.
As soft as a bunny.
Gonna drop anything else?
Are the seeds at the are the rewards at the museum? Do those go to everybody, or is it?
Yes,
those go to everyone.
Okay, then I have a lot of shit to pick up.
Yes, you do.
Yeah, so go there with like empty inventory.
Mainly just the pumpkin seeds that I can add to our collection.
I'm good playing like a dragon infinite wealth. Ooh. I guess I need to go get some stones.
Are you proud of me for golfing?
Yes. It's hard work.
We haven't done dishes in a while.
So like, you still doing
I'm gonna
dishes?
need to
Oh, I
do those
can't do
before I
any
make
mining
dinner.
yet. Don't have the upgraded pickaxe yet. It's ready. I haven't seen it come up say it's ready, but I didn't put it in there, so.
I think it's supposed to tell Momo, because she's the one who took it.
Yeah, she might be the only one that can pick it up as well. I will go check and attempt if I make it on time.
Have you guys clicked on the little machine next to Willie's desk in his shop?
No. I have.
If you have time, you should check it out.
Ah, I just missed it. It closed at 4. Oh well.
Willie's?
No. The pickaxe was ready. Yeah, I'll check the museum when I'm here and see if I need to pick up anything myself. No, don't.
I think Momo's gonna
Nah, kidding. What? So I started playing Kalia. Did you? No. Did you really?
You started playing Kalia?
Eternal. He said, just kidding. I did download it today.
I downloaded it too.
It's so good.
I just have a hyperfixation.
No. Yeah, Stardew is like, I want to know all the new things right now.
Yep.
That's where my brain is. gotta do all new things. You know, Turtle, you can join us on Friday for Stardew, just saying.
Turtle's not gonna join us for Stardew.
Not violent enough.
No.
Well, clearly you haven't gone far enough down to the skull
In
cavern.
the mines? You're right, Skull Cavern. Almost a year! Woo! 11 months! Thank you so much, Splints! Welcome to the stream! Welcome, welcome, welcome. So, Alan, how are you enjoying your Dragon Infinite Wealth? I hope it's going well and you're enjoying it. Alan is one of those few people that I've got to meet IRL. I got to meet them at a TwitchCon. Move it, move it. I need to check the trash. You're in the way.
Just don't get caught.
Right? It's like most important that I check the trash, and sometimes people are just in the way. Can't even make me. Mm-hmm. I'm not gonna make you play something you don't want to play. But yes, thank you so much, Splints. My hype man isn't here. I need a hype in chat. There we go. Kind of look around for some random berries laying around. Trying to catch up on some foraging. What is that? Oh, it's 2. Subs 2. I don't know what that... I didn't know that was a command. I guess I need to fix that one, Shane. Can you make a note in the mod channel for me to fix that one? Apparently, exclamation sub is a command and the emotes aren't working.
Oh. That's fun.
Mm-hmm. You can force me? I can force you? Oh, jeez. I'll send you all the feed pics.
Oh, no.
It's not what feed pics, so it's not a, trust me, it's not a positive thing. No, I'm terrible. Yeah, right. I know you. I know you better than that. Alright. Put you in here. And I don't know how I got a little party hat. Maybe I should just put it on. This life apparently is a party and I don't have a hat. So. Oh, we were gonna look for glow rings for you. Did we finish doing that?
Oh, no, we didn't. That's okay, though.
I'm sure they're around.
I'm in the mines, so I might get one dropped.
Yeah, I'm gonna check my dresser. There's no rings in here. It must be my other save. My other save has like, I have like 3 magnetic rings.
Didn't have very many things.
There is a pair of boots in my dresser, but you probably got the same pair.
I got the boots in the mine.
Shane, what is Pikachu? Oh, Pikachu has ramen? Oh my gosh. Splits, whoa! Splits is getting jealous. He wants all the feed pics. No, just kidding.
Probably does.
Oh, crap.
What'd you do?
Alright.
Well, I was supposed to talk to Lewis about defeating these frost jellies, but it's too late.
He's not even at the summit?
Well, I haven't checked the saloon. I'm just leaving the mine. But I doubt I'll be able to get to him in time.
Love your house with all the trash, Rain. Oh my god.
I know, I don't even have any coffee.
You would not like my feet. Gross. Gross. I'm gonna stop putting my legs in the chair for a little while. I've hurt my knee somehow. And it
It's
does
not
not
good
feel
for your
good when I
camera.
do that. Aw, it's okay, Myrtle.
No.
Did I check on the when it gets toward the end of the day? I can't remember what I've done and I haven't done. That's when I know I got everything accomplished I intended to that day. I love that we have multiple people can access this thing and drop stuff in now.
Oh, this is really nice.
That used to not be a thing. Mono, I work in healthcare. I've seen some gross feet. I doubt your feet are the best. Oh no.
Oh crap!
We have some more feet fans in chat. Oh no, he died. I was like at the garden getting water.
Oopsies.
You've seen some gross feet?
I like.
Yes, I have 0 yellow toenails, so you guys wouldn't be interested.
Yeah, mine aren't yellow either, so. So I do have a cat with very cute toe beans.
And they have recently been pedicured and have polish on them, so.
Well, if you got yellow polish, then.
There you go.
It's white. Yeah. Did you see my pinky toe after you broke it? Oh, you could be making money on OnlyFans with this. Man. I don't know how much money they took. Yeah.
I don't think they took any.
I heard it go, but I didn't know if that was us making money.
It was adding the money that we sold.
We sold money. Just kidding.
Yeah, like we sold shit in the bin.
Okay.
We didn't sell money.
Loading up the game.
Yay! I finally got some new ideas for farm handling, so I wonder if that'll let me do the thing. I hope so.
I still have more dishes I have to wash, but fuck.
I'm gonna go check the cows anyway.
Just a few more things.
Nah, I got the chance to hug IRL. Oh no, I don't need no feet pics. Aw, yes you did.
You know, you still need the feet pics.
A lemon got to witness it.
I've hugged her. I've hugged her IRL, and I still get feet pics.
Rain, you're special, that's all.
I'm sure Rose gets the feet pics too.
I don't know that I've tortured Rose with feet pics yet. I don't remember. I guess I have tortured you with it.
Mono, I can be on watering duty today.
Feet pics is a bonus. Okay, sweet, thank you. I failed at it yesterday because I don't know.
Well, it wastes so much energy.
It does, yeah. Can't milk the cow. I mean the goat yet. I don't know. I'm trying to milk the goat. They're babies.
Oh yeah, no.
Let's see. Okay, the animals have been handled. Only people I didn't say hi to.
Animal handler.
Right? What? Let's see. Here, I'll try to pick these doohickeys that need picked. Looks like there's 4.
Undo the things. Connection failed. The fuck?
Alright, now I gotta go to town. I gotta go see if that pickaxe is ready. We can go get the stone.
I swear to God, if it's because fucking Windows wants to update.
I hate Windows so much.
You know what? I'm gonna bring that.
No, that's not true. I hate Microsoft so much. Sorry.
Yes. Fuck your updates, Windows.
I'll have to go to town. Oh, you call all the Pokemons turtle. I didn't even try that one, I don't think. Missed it.
Mona, do you remember
Oh,
which
crap.
part is pumpkins?
What?
Top right.
Oh, okay.
See? And this is why
The 2
I'm
rows
gonna
on the
spend
right.
winter making it all nice and pretty and organized.
What's that?
I'm gonna spend all of winter making it all nice and pretty.
That's what I do. Like right now, it's just a cluster trying to make money.
Yeah.
Way, do some stuff. Maybe he won't see me. Oh, 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 there's the bear. Walk away, walk away. Close Elliot almost caught me in the trash. Elliot trash. And I hear.
Oh man, this is stupid. I was trying to keep the pumpkin seeds with the other pumpkins. And it ended up doing more harm than good.
It's okay.
Yeah.
Don't worry about it. I'm thinking I can't pick up that pickaxe. That only has to be Mom. So we'll have to wait until she's available to play again. Because it doesn't say the upgrade tools. It lets me upgrade, but it doesn't let me pick up anything. Yay, ads. The best. Not. You're annoying. Oh, we found bread in the trash. I feel so lucky.
Seems fucking up. It says all of my friends are offline.
Well, that's not true. Actually, me and Mona just unfriended you.
That's
Yeah, we turned ourselves offline. We're secretly online. You just can't see us.
I'm so sick of Steam's bullshit. I'm gonna be pissed if it's literally because of the Windows update.
Yeah, mine had an update today too, but it seems to be okay.
I haven't even updated Windows. I refuse because it means I have to reboot everything.
Well, mine won't go to 11, but it has an update.
Yeah, mine won't either. They're still updating Windows 10, but...
Mm-hmm. You back from ad land, Turtle? No more ads.
Won't you guys invite me?
I don't know how. What do I do?
I mean, I think I can. Let's see. I go in here and I just invite friend and it should pop up list. There. Did you get it?
Nope.
Not weird.
It's still treating everyone as offline. Fuck Steam.
Let me make sure I'm not offline.
No, you're not, because
No.
you were online before I rebooted it.
I'm just making sure. What the heck is that, Turtle? Rainbow frog with hair? I'm so confused.
That's so fucking stupid.
He's kind of cute. In an odd way. Okay. I'm done foraging.
Yeah, no, there's a server connection issue.
No. What does that mean?
Meaning people can't connect to Steam servers, which is why you guys are appearing offline to me.
Oh, so Steam is being Borky Bork.
Mm-hmm.
And we're just lucky enough that we got on before it started Borky Borking. Or we're on a server that's up and running.
Well, you guys were in there before it worked.
Mm-hmm.
I was not.
Because you're a slacker and doing dishes like a good girl. Good girl.
Right.
Momo is here. I'm looking for more of those. You know what? I'll just go. I feel like I've forged everywhere. I'm excited to sleep for the next day anyway. I'm gonna get my fishing bowl. Work on my fishing skill. Or cut down some more trees. I just don't have the handy dandy axe or the. Lorraine, why are you using just 2 of your 3 stumps?
Huh?
Why are you only using 2 of your 3 stumps?
Because at some point I'm gonna move everything, so whenever we get that green rain again, and I get some more of those trees.
Okay. Because I was gonna say, you can just put the other one somewhere random and we can just, like, check on it here and there.
Yeah, I'll forget about it. Knowing all of us will forget about it.
This is true. I barely remember to check on the bats here and there, and it's usually pretty full when I do, but that's okay. It's better than not checking on them. At least they accumulate, you know, the stuff collectively.
There we go. Now everyone's online. Well, Mona is. For whatever reason, it's still not showing.
Yeah, I think Momo sent me a message too, so I wonder if she's okay or she's having trouble. She was able to send me a message, so.
Yeah, I can.
She was just asking me where we were.
For me either.
I think she's safe, but I don't know if she can join the.
She's
game
offline
either.
for me too.
Cherries. Don't we need those? We do. Okay, I'm gonna put one of those in here.
See if I can join now.
And I kind of need to see which gold ones we have and we don't have. And then I'll decide what I'm getting rid of.
I don't know how long I've been muted, but
Me, a little bit. But I figured you were doing things and stuff.
now my allergies are really bad, so I mute when I blow my nose.
Oh, that's fair.
Understandable.
I don't do that. Fuck it.
I would turn my camera off and everything, so.
Alright, well, it's still not letting me do
Usually
that.
I just step away.
Please let me just join up. No, you fucker. Rude.
Mocking me. It knows I need thingamajigs. here. And plenty of those. I'm gonna come over here and go. And throw away one piece of coal, and then I'll crash. I could set that the process real quick. That way I feel fully productive. I hope it let you join. Should I restart? Well, no, then I won't be able to get on.
No.
Yeah, because then I won't be able to get on.
I would rather I have the issue.
Yeah, because if we're both on, and I think Momo's on.
Yeah, Momo's online. She's not in Stardew, but she's on Palia.
She's still playing Palia.
But it's not showing.
Oh, she just messaged me.
Rose or Momo online for Steam for me.
So weird.
I mean, I understand they do updates and shit, but it's like...
That's a little excessive.
Yeah. I just want to play the game.
I gave her a heads up that you were having issues.
Yeah.
And can't get online at the moment.
I told her that Steam was having some outages.
Yeah.
My friends online? No, just Mono right now.
It's the update on Tuesday. Oh, they do a Steam update on Tuesdays?
Everyone does updates on Tuesdays.
Oh.
It's their slowest day of the week.
Oh, so it drags them down because of the auto updates or whatever?
Well, it's just, not as many people are on Tuesdays.
Oh, where's the chickies? Where are you at?
Online.
Duckies. I don't know where everybody's at, but we attempted to hug everybody. Pokes the cat. Hi, Shade. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Yeah, I'm back at it doing Stardew things. You know me. Let's put one on the... Cute. I put a candle on Grandpa's grave. Because I can. Let's see. Cow. Where's the other goat? There it is, hiding behind the cow. And fail. And how are you doing? I hope you're doing good. Poke catch.
Oh, Rain, I see you playing Palia now.
Yeah, I didn't mean to open that one.
Huh?
But maybe it's working
I didn't
again?
mean to open Palia. Well, at least you saw that, which means that you can see me now.
Yeah.
I don't know which ones I looked at, which ones I didn't.
Stardew Valley.
Angus? Okay, so I missed that one.
There we go.
Yay!
Hopefully,
Okay.
I just... Like, Rose can see me playing.
Oh, we're gonna go back in here. Because we're doing a thing! We're finally doing the thing. We're finally doing the thing. Let's see, crafts. Oh, I gotta go get copper. Silly girl.
Okay. Well, it says
I brought
connection
all the
failed.
stuff to craft the
Thankfully, I
cheese
can see both of
thing.
you.
And
What's
I
that?
forgot the copper.
It won't let me join. It just says connection failed.
At least it's getting closer to letting you do things and stuff, so...
It also isn't telling me Momo's online either. And I know she's online.
Yay!
Okay. So now I'm gonna close it out again.
Do we have
The
any
continual-
aquamarine lying around?
I
Probably
don't
not.
believe so.
If we do, we might have some in my chest.
Why is it
I'll
not
take
like
something in my
letting me
inventory,
attach it because the tree's dead?
What?
It won't let me attach the tapper to this tree. I guess because it's dead.
Oh, is it a
What
wild tree?
Maybe.
That's
If
probably.
probably
it's one
planted
of
Is
it.
the
it
two
like curled?
trees,
I don't know. I'm just gonna kill it because I was gonna put a tapper on it and it won't let me.
if it's one of our trees, I wouldn't try.
Thanks for the like, Matthew. Welcome to the team.
No, Mama still isn't online for me. That's weird.
Gonna do some. One. Oh. Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4. Guess who's making cheese? We are making cheese, ladies.
Yeah.
Oh, don't let them out. Hopefully we'll be able to get large goat's milk and goat
I
cheese.
forgot I hadn't spoken in your.
You're scaring me too. I still gotta figure out why it doesn't work for Momo.
I don't have an idea.
It should auto do its thing when she comes into and it doesn't.
Oh, I found topaz. Not what I needed.
Okay. What is it? Is your dad? Is that Dad?
So
Dad coming up the stairs?
I need for wood and stone and coal. Cool. And I think again, I'm always short on stone. Drives me nuts. I never have enough stone, ever. Do I need the copper bars now? No, I don't. Wait. Alright, ladies, I feel like we can start upgrading our bags.
I don't know. It's $10,000 to upgrade a bag.
That's 2 of us. I mean, we can wait till we have 40. It's true. Can wait a little bit longer. I'm just excited. I'm ready. I'm ready for that bigger bag. For all my hoarding endeavors of hoarding and gathering. Because I don't think we need to upgrade our barns to the next phase until we've upgraded our bags.
Oh,
we did the middle one. And that should get us the last few items we
crashed
really
on
need
me.
for the... No! I hope you can get back in.
Mouse is offline for me again.
She just
Yeah,
crashed.
it just crashed on me.
Oh, okay. I see. No, you're online. Almost still offline for me though.
Natty says hi, lady. Love the unicorn. Welcome, Six. I want the pretty pickaxe.
Said hi to Matthew in 2 different places.
How two different places?
Because he went into Momo's stream too.
Oh, okay.
You're fine,
What the
Pops.
fuck?
I was confused. Dun, 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 dun.
Yeah, I'm not reconnecting.
No!
Which means it's doing the same shit it's doing to me.
Yep.
I'm scared.
Yeah.
Thank you
should
for
be
the 100
okay.
biddies! And thank you for the lurk! Thank you, thank you, thank you.
Just getting us.
No, I'm just like, I don't want it to like die.
I don't think it'll die.
Oh, you're a baddie.
I don't know why mine did.
Because Steam's doing its stupid bullshit.
Why don't they stagger the updates or whatever? I guess they figured Tuesday is like the most inactive day or something weird, which it's not.
Well, maybe I'll take the opportunity to go make dinner real quick.
Okay.
And come back
And then
on
come back and
if
see if it's
working
working.
again.
Okay. Shade hugs,
So I'll be back on after I make dinner.
And
Crossed.
Shane hugged. No, 6 hugged. Shade.
See you guys soon.
Alright, thank you. Good luck.
Thanks.
At least I'm getting a little bit more copper again because we kind of got low on copper, so.
I want my honey toast.
I hate that I need so much freaking stone to do anything.
Shade, that hug is not making Steam work for me, and I think it's rude.
Here, I'll try hacks. We'll see if that works.
Not better.
I'll try all the things. But yeah, I think I can grab.
Nope, Momo's still offline for me.
Weird. I don't know. It needs to hurry up and figure itself out. Like, I'm gonna have to do this for days now. Here. Helps a little bit.
Connection failed.
Ah, not good, Rain.
And Momo's having the same exact issue. She can't connect.
Oh, no.
Yeah, it's a whole fucking Steam thing.
Okay, well, we know why Tuesdays make good art nights now. Because Steam's up ahead.
I have never had this issue on Steam on a Tuesday.
Me either, but apparently we are now.
like the last several Tuesdays we haven't had issues connecting or getting
Mm-hmm.
disconnected. It's literally just today. And we're not alone.
Nope. Definitely not alone.
It just keeps increasing. Well, mostly reported in New York and Washington, but apparently those of us in the Midwest aren't playing as much.
Ah. Character just kept walking because I left screen.
Oh my god.
And she walked into a wall. I did nothing. I did nothing. So I guess at the random moment I get kicked out, that's when I'm done as well. No, this is good. We'll just come over here and do. And we'll come over here and put this one in there. I wonder. I need sleep. I still have a headache. The tea did not help. And we're gonna be salty because Steam is being mean. Salty, salty, salty. But yeah, guys, if you're tuning in, I'm trying a different little setup for art stream. We'll see how it goes. When I go to paint, and then see if I can show you guys. I'll scooch back in a second. Oh wait. And then there, sorta. It's a mess, but yeah, get the idea. Canvas, so we can see it. It's right here. And we'll see how that goes when I go to do that. Whoa, child, it's way zoomed in. Too big, scary me. But yeah, I'm going to take a quick stretch break while Steam is being a butthead. And see if I can do something for this headache. Ultra. Because I don't know why I have a headache.
I don't know. Try to undo it.
Because I don't feel good.
Well, stop it.
I know, right? But I'll be right back. Do I still have the BRB screen? I do.
That's great. Because I really need to hear me. No one wants to hear me. Another connection. I just want to play the game. Oh, they're online now. Be able to see me. Motherfucker. Right now I'm just talking to Mona's community because she thought that was a good idea. I wanna play with my friends. Let me play with my friends. I think it's really rude. They're not letting me play with my friends. Well, this is a lay. Both Momo and Mono are shown online for them. Hi, Kylie. How is or was your ER visit? Are you back home yet? You should be back home. I think you should be back. I think it was really rude you went to the ER. Because then you could have played Stardew with us, but no. It's still not loading. I think it's weird.
What do you say? It's still not connecting? Do you want me to try and quit?
Yeah.
Okay. I will try and quit.
No.
Hi, girlie.
Oh, what the fuck? I think her Discord is awful.
Let me see.
What the hell?
Going to exit to title screen. Actually, I'll exit all the way out. I'll reload the game and hopefully you guys can join. Hopefully Steam's still not being a pain, but hi y'all. We're fighting Steam. Dun, 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 dun. Play. Hope everyone's good. Good as we can be. I'm fighting off a migraine at the moment. I thought it was a good idea to just stream, chill stream, and my head's slowly getting worse, but I just went and took some more medicine and made hot coffee instead of tea this time. I know it's late, but we'll see if it helps. Let's see, where's the turn off? Don't take a picture. Let's see, go up, post.
Welcome back.
Alright. Oh,
Okay, I
pretty sure
restarted and I'm back up.
Oh.
I am back up and running, guys.
Oh, shit. Oh. I wonder if
Drink
everything
water?
should work.
Oh. Because you're having problems with your
Oh, God.
Discord too. Momo joined.
Yeah.
That's a good sign. So
Hi.
I'm not.
Fucking damn
That
it.
is a good sound indeed.
Momo
Hi,
joined.
everyone.
So I don't
Managed
know.
to do the thing.
Hi everyone. Yes. Hello, hello.
Hello,
Almost.
everybody. I'm on a stream.
Hello, Momo's friends. Here we go. We're working on making duck friends and baby ducks, hopefully.
Rose left in the meantime, or?
Yeah, because she got kicked out and she couldn't get back in either, so she went to go make dinner.
Ah, okay.
And she said she'll come back. And she's
Yeah.
gonna try.
Poking vulture.
But I'm glad you were able to join because none of us can pick up the pickaxe that you dropped off.
Oh, shit. Wait, what? But it wasn't the... I put it in the chest.
Did
That
you?
came
I
out
don't
on
see
my
it.
service.
Is it at the mine? I look.
I
Yeah,
didn't
Paul
have
did
the
one?
pickaxe. You had the pickaxe.
I'm pretty sure we had another day.
In addition to doubling the capacity of your coop, I've taken a level to install an incubator. Nice. No, I put everything in here.
I have no clue where it's at then.
Let's see. Yeah, the axe was in here. I didn't have the pickaxe. You had the pickaxe.
I
Mono.
don't know. I don't have it. I don't know. I
Did
thought
you
we had
leave it
dropped
in
it
the
off to get it
mine?
upgraded to the next level.
Oh, we might have.
Welcome! Crisis!
We might have, but
Welcome,
then
welcome, welcome, welcome.
we Probably
But
wait
that-
another day.
Well, it's been like 3 or 4 days here for us, and we couldn't go get it. Or couldn't go check, because if you dropped it off, it's only going to let you pick it up.
Okay, I'll go check.
Yeah, if you'll double check, because I don't know. I didn't see it at the mine. I didn't see it there. But hi, Crisis! Welcome!
How long have you? Well, you had 3 in-game days.
Gotten
right?
chickens on my solo farm recently. Yay! You got chickens! Do you want to join us, Crowley? You are more than welcome to join this farm.
No poking, Vulture. No poking.
Look,
What
it's
did
pretty.
you
It's
say, Mom?
fur. I said that vulture isn't allowed to poke.
Oh, yeah.
Well, I don't even know if
Is it
Crowley's
evil?
online. Is Crowley online now? Or at home now?
What?
And better, but hanging in there. Oof.
You're special.
You've used your limit for the day.
I used my
I
limit.
feel like I
Shit.
missed a
I
cow.
didn't think you were.
Well, it was just my first time. You know. Oh, there's another ticket thing. 90 gram of any fish. I'll pay. Oh, 19 gram. 19 gold to
Oh.
any fish enthusiast who catches 3 anchovy, and we get the
Anchovies, oh,
ticket
jeez.
for the center thingy.
Anchovies.
No.
Okay. We got the cheesemaker, by the way. I'm not home at the moment, but I will at some point. Yeah, no worries.
Well, you better get home soon. I'm gonna fight you.
Okay. Welcome, Vulture. Welcome, welcome, welcome.
Oh, we can
I
get
did it.
we can get an orange tree or whatever it is. No poking, vulture.
What's wrong with that? There's something
Are
I
you,
don't
like,
know.
no poked? Huh?
Maybe.
Maybe. Lewd.
Momo's the one being lewd. I didn't say how.
I got the steel pickaxe.
Yay!
Oh yes, that was the
Yay.
thing.
Yeah, I thought so. I just couldn't remember for sure. Because
Because
I went there and I checked and he wouldn't tell me anything. And I was like, ah, dude, I know you
That's
got
annoying.
it. Fork it over. He would do it.
That is annoying indeed.
Give it
Okay,
to me.
so Now we have all the things again.
Yay, good, because I need to go get like a bazillion stone. Keep crafting
That's what you
the
get for
things.
playing without me, see? You
I
can't
know,
just,
right?
continue. Karma.
Good duties.
That's not the only thing that looks big. I'm sorry, Carl. See, Momo's a perv. Cat knows
This
how
farm looks so
folks
big.
work.
It is.
I'm not a
I mean,
perv.
we got extra people to help.
Did you already go to the beach?
No, I haven't.
Oh, okay, I'm there. I don't have any bait though. We might want to put like a
No,
chest
I was
there
on
with...
my way to do that.
Okay, you can put the bait. I got the stuff. Simple arm poke for attention. You're creating attention.
We're gonna eventually have to plant more pumpkins because we don't have enough to get our gold pumpkins.
Oh,
Don't we need gold
didn't
for
you
those?
grab the seeds, guys, from the museum?
We did, but we didn't plant all, everything
I
because,
still
you
have
know,
not.
girls.
I haven't.
Rose did.
Bad girl, Rain. Bad girl.
Yep.
You
My
better go
goal,
grab
right.
it. Still open now.
I know. I'm on the
Where do we
way.
get anchovy, by the way?
The ocean.
Fuck, I don't have my fishing rod with me.
It's okay. I have it. I'll go back and get it. You guys gotta do
Cool.
this.
We've been
I don't
busy
remember
on
who
this
the
farm.
quest was for. Let me check. Dungeon Momo is coming out, good girls. Yeah. Oh, it's for Willy, obviously.
No, wait. Oh, jeez. Can't order
All the
again.
good girls like bad guys. Had this question for a really long time. What do you think I should do today? Watercolor painting, relax, and read a magazine. That's a pretty good idea. You're welcome, Haley. Freaking Haley. Don't like Haley. Haley is a beach. Well, sort of. Suppose.
Yeah, I haven't really looked into her backstory.
Me neither.
She's the one I probably know the least about.
Let's just say she acts like a bee.
Mm-hmm. A wild electabuzz
Poke catch.
appeared. Poke catch.
You said how? I need 3 anchovy.
Yes. Drei.
I hear you, cows.
Well, there's
I hear
one.
you.
Oh no, there's
Woo.
a sardine. Never mind.
No.
Oh,
Hey
there's
there,
a corn.
Linus.
Okay, I'm bleeding to death from watering
Well, it
the
was
crops.
a small fish. I thought it was
What
an
are you-
anchovy.
Why are you bleeding to death? What are you doing?
From watering crops.
How are you bleeding from watering?
Because I did it all! I did it
Oh,
all!
there's my fishing pole. I left it in the chest for the dungeon.
You would.
Yeah.
I knew I left it somewhere. Evil laugh.
And
Well, that's a sea cucumber. I didn't want that either.
Ew, sea cucumber.
I'm gonna leave my hole.
Alright, where are you at? Oh, or
in
did you put the
dungeon.
pickaxe in the mine? Yeah, or you're
You
using
wanna
it,
come
right?
I
to
get
the
one more
mines?
fucking
Yeah, I'm gonna go to the mine. Hang out. We're gonna go to the dungeon together.
Have fun with me.
Come
to the dungeon, it will
be fun.
Yay, Mama! We're gonna have a good old time.
We're gonna have a good old time. Level 70, jizz. Let me see if I missed any cheers.
Probably did.
Probably not. It's every 10 levels, right? Right. Okay.
Yeah.
Level 70. I'm waiting
Oh,
there
that's
for
an
you,
albacore.
Mono.
Okay, I'm almost there. I need all the stone. That's what I'm coming for. I need like 150 stone.
Jelly.
Oh, that's
Finish
cool. The
making
crystal dagger
Momo
doesn't
has to go
doesn't use
deeper.
energy.
Go deeper, Momo.
The crystal dagger doesn't use energy. Wait, neither does a sword. What?
Should.
Carly says go deeper, Momo.
Oh,
Oh
no.
wait, well yeah, combat doesn't usually.
Go deeper. You want me to go deeper, baby girl?
I'm here.
Oh
Let's
my
go.
God.
Momo. I think Rain got skull.
He's evil.
I'm just trying to peacefully fish over here.
Well, I'll give you shivers down your spine. Look, there's a little spot here for Rain. See, we can keep her here.
Yeah, we can tie her up right there. That looks good.
You'll have
We're gonna tie you to the dungeon wall.
Gags a bit. I know, right? I
Scream
hate it
for
when-
us, please.
You should never call me that. If you never call me that, I hate it so much.
Oh my gosh.
I'm not a child.
Exactly.
Oh, I got one anchovy.
The frozen here.
Perf? I'm not a perf. I'm just a silly old girl.
Wait, why can't I check? Okay, there. I have a lot of food with me. I like your head, Mono.
Thank you. It's a party hat.
It's
It
a
looks more like
party.
some kind of crustacean off of a.
Oh, I guess she wants to
Image.
go down already.
Yes.
Oh,
We have a problem, and we need to clear this. How did we find so many skelly boys in one spot? We must have bad luck today.
You're bringing me, so that's
No.
why.
I've gotten pretty decent.
That should be enough skelly boys, you'd think. We should get them away now.
How many do you need any for a quest?
No, I just
Oh.
wanted to get down to level 75 if we can while we're here. But, you know,
Oh, we
These
got
guys
something
aren't gonna
good.
let
I
us.
think you picked it up.
the aquamarine thing. Hey!
Oh, there's the chairs. I'll pick up the iron.
Okay. I'll go check out
You know,
and see how bad
believes?
this is.
You know believes what, Vulture? What don't you believe, huh? You gonna eat some cheese?
That you're innocent.
Bone boys!
Definitely not.
I am very innocent.
We're- Momo, you're playing with bones. We won't even go there.
Bones? Someone said bones. I like bony boys.
I'm playing with
No,
my
these-
god.
Oh no! Hello, bone boys. We're back.
Yep. We're back for more. Oh no, we gotta leave!
Oh, fuck me.
Can we find the way
That's
out?
fine, I just need to catch the fish.
You want to quickly find an exit?
I'm trying, but I don't know if we can do it without
I finally
costing
got the
ourselves.
What level are we on?
We just needed one more level, but we probably gotta leave.
Oh,
There it is!
yeah.
Yeah!
Let's go!
Okay, we can leave now. Go home! Leave mine!
I'll leave all the stuff.
We did
I'll
it.
come back tomorrow. I'm leaving
I
all
don't
my
care.
stuff behind.
I just left my inventory as is and ran.
Same. No time. Mama's
No.
trying to pick me up again. Ew.
Picking up girls in a dungeon? Mm.
Oh, boy.
I like my boys one way, tied up. No, tied up and
You
silent.
You would. Okay, I'm
Everybody
sleeping
thinks
at this
that. It's so
first
hilarious.
house. Maybe I can make it to my house.
I made it to my own. We're
I made
good.
it to
See,
your
Mono,
house.
we're speedy. We're speedy fast.
Hi, Rain, I'm home.
Oh,
We're
honey,
little party
I'm
guys.
home.
I see your face. I know. You're the one who came up here.
By the way,
you came
Vulture,
nicely.
did you see Emo Stitch yet? Did you? Because if you didn't, you're failing. You're failing as a pet napper.
Forgot about
How
your emo
cute he is.
stitch.
Look how cute he is.
Oh, hang on, Moon. Family.
Alright,
Yeah.
I'm gonna go talk to Willie and then
Queen of
I'll
sauce.
give you guys the anchovies.
I forgot to do
Feeling
queen of
fish.
salt.
Okay, cool. Spirits are in good luck today.
Yeah.
Queen of sauce. Tortillas.
Tortilla.
I do need to watch TV, but
Okay. Let me just drop my shield.
after I go bug Willie, I'm gonna stand outside his door.
Oh my. Hi there, Willie.
These names in this game. I'm sorry.
They don't help with
No,
yeah,
not
they
helping
don't.
at all.
Hey, I got a shrimp.
A what?
A shrimp. We need it for the crab pot.
A shrimp.
Shrimp.
Shrimpy, shrimpy.
A shrimp. See, the names aren't
Shrimp.
helping at all. Kidding.
And let's go and say hi to and then we gotta go back in
I just want to
here.
give this guy the anchovy so I can give him over to you
Whoa.
guys.
The chickens are fully loved. Some of them. Quackers.
Yeah.
Nugget.
Except for nuggets.
Why- Oh, I'm putting the wrong thing in there.
The nuggets will die eventually. Oh, hi, Willie.
But if
Will
you,
you try to-
if you love them more, they will sell for more.
Oh,
Oh,
motherfucker.
Oh.
Why are you saying motherfucker? What did the mother do?
Mm.
It ain't easy.
Oh my gosh. Because I didn't get the quest before I caught the anchovies.
Ah.
You each have to do
Oh
your own
no, you
anchovies.
don't give them to him. I should give them to him. Ah.
Yeah, but you have to catch them.
Oh really?
Yeah.
Okay, well, guess what we'll
That's
do.
not gonna work then, right?
Really? It doesn't trigger?
No.
Okay, I'll
No,
go to the
thank
mine,
you.
grab the thing, and then have to grab
Yeah,
my
I
pole.
accidentally just gave him an
Oh,
anchovy. I'm like, oh.
I need more stone like crazy.
What do you mean shrimping it easy? You Forrest Gump?
What? Myrtle, what?
You mean Bubba Gump?
Bubba
Bubba
Gump.
Gump.
Alright, we really want to get some wood before winter though. So the trees can grow. So the trees can grow.
Did you take care of the chickens? Is that what you did?
I did, yeah.
Sweet. Okay, I'm gonna run to the mine.
I am at the mine. I will leave the pickaxe for you, and I will go do the other thing.
Okay, and I'm
Yeah,
gonna.
tilapia. I didn't
Tilap-
need that.
Tilapa, happy to see ya. I will leave you. Wait, where did my pickles go?
But
I probably mega dumped them in the thing. I will leave you some food, Mono,
Okay.
in the chest.
though I
Yeah,
really
you-
should be trying to fish up the fucking autumn fish we need.
Still pickaxe. Yes. Now we're talking.
Yes, my precious.
Now we're talking.
Mono's so happy with that pickaxe.
I am. I'm happy. I get to go
Elliot,
do
get the
things.
fuck away from me. You creep.
Oh, I probably won't make 3 anchovies by the end of today,
It's a
will I?
one-hit wonder.
I've caught one so far.
Wow. Oh, and then you saw the little ticker go from one third. Oh, that's why. Oh, I picked up a Georgia Cola on the way.
Oh, there's a 2.
Just don't tickle the pickle. Ew, vulture.
I named one
vulgar
of my chickens
bean.
drumstick. Oh, I love it. That's so cute.
I mean, you can check. We can check Rain if you give me a anchovy and see what it does, if it counts for me, but it probably won't. What are you doing? What did you do? Wait. Oh shit. Well, I missed.
Drumstick.
Yes.
Like it.
Did it fix it?
Let's see. Nope.
Okay.
I'll give it back.
And it's
That's okay. We can just sell it.
oh, let's go today.
I mean, you
I'll
can
talk
do
to
the
Temple
quest as
first.
well. I don't know what he will give
Yeah.
you though.
I just gave it to you. I already had it.
I'm
I'm only gonna get the
Oh,
gold.
it doesn't matter. Oh, see, jelly. Let's eat that.
walking.
You
There's
said
the
you.
passageway.
You said you. What? You were the one who said you dumped the pick hole. Yeah, I dumped it because I dumped it in the big chest. That's. I didn't say I tickled it.
Hentai, Damiris.
Afro! Hello. Hello.
I
How are
gotta
you?
jump, yeah.
Let's do some things.
you.
Okay, I have more. I have more sweets.
Look at
I
the
shouldn't.
hugs.
I know.
Momo,
I
get
had so
the
many
hugs.
videos already.
And the kisses. Momo, you're spoiled.
I'm spoiled. Oh.
Mm-hmm.
I will gladly take hugs and kisses.
I'm dying.
Yes.
Don't do it. Don't do it. Don't do it. No, no, no. I was trying to add cookies and then I got invaded by an infestation.
Wow, that was
Oh, I missed that
synchronized.
one.
I know. It messed me up.
I done scratched my face and I missed the.
Mm.
I gave you your cookies though. You were awarded your cookies.
Woo.
But then,
I don't want that.
I kissed myself and I liked myself. Apparently, I'm in love with myself.
How does the
That is
entropy
okay.
move?
Why are there so many baddies in here?
Mm.
It's one of the fairly easy ones though.
No hugs, just
Cherry
funky.
bomb.
Share vulture. Oh shit. You reeling it in triggered me to click my button.
Return to Willie. Okay. I go to his. Ah, fuck. Oh wait, no, it's still open. Hi,
Okay.
Willie.
Where's my
I'm
pathway?
just catching sea cucumbers.
I gotta kill one of these things in order to get it.
Look, I got 90 gold.
Where is the pathway? The game's glitched. Where's my pathway?
Wait,
You're
Rain?
so cute.
I killed everything.
Look at it.
And my thing didn't
that's
open.
adorable. Is
Have you
that
guys
new?
been hearing
Willie's
this?
shop.
Ah, there's one.
How does
I've
it
killed
move? Just swim me?
Everything, and I can't get out of here. That's a trap. That's
I don't
rigged.
know. Oh, no.
Don't catch.
No.
Shit, I don't have space. Wait, did you, where did the sea thing move? Did it fall in the sea? Fuck.
Oh no, did that go in the water?
What level had
guess.
gold?
I thought I would just dump it on the shore and then pick it up later, but nope. Yeah, so far I haven't got any anchovy.
I can't remember what levels had gold, but I think we're past it already. The Skelly Boy levels.
I'm gonna go put these things that you need to go to Gunbutter and
Got it. Rigged for
I should have
sure.
borrowed your fishing pole.
Oh yes.
He's so slow. He takes forever to kill.
I give
Another sardine.
Go away, ghosty boy. You're annoying. Disappeared.
here.
Hi, Quody.
Oh yeah, okay, hold on. Come here. Come
What'd
to the
you do?
beach. Come to the
I
beach.
am at the beach.
I feel like
On the
these
beach.
at one time
Okay,
didn't die.
I got an
Got a
albacore.
sword bone.
Hey.
Hi.
Okay.
Oh,
There you go.
did I?
Yep.
Cool.
I got yours.
Are you gonna sell
Too
stuff?
many of them. I'm gonna pop out for now.
No,
Catch you
no,
later.
no,
Okay,
no.
good luck.
You got the sardines?
Thank you for hanging out and stopping by.
I have 2 gold sardines. Oh, you found the book? What did you get?
I don't remember what that one was.
See what's down here.
That's helpful. Special
Die,
items,
dudes, die.
powers. Jack be nimble. I gain +1
You're
defense.
throwing things at me. I don't appreciate that.
You're throwing things over here.
Yes.
I can't collect that.
Just
Or
see
there.
what you can, and then...
I took an anchovy. I can't take tilapia.
Just
Probably have
checking
to
all
kill
the
that
things.
last
Yeah, might as well. Yeah, I can't
skeleton
collect
just to
it.
get out of here.
Wait, I can't pick them up
here.
anymore? Wait, I
Let's
can't.
get rid of that.
Oh my god, no. It doesn't let me pick them up.
I need some inventory.
Oh, now it does. Wait, what?
Is there anything I can eat?
It's bugged.
Alright. I guess we're gonna do this.
Yeah.
What is it doing? Oh, you're picking them up and throwing them?
6! You look like
Well,
you're
I'm
turning
throwing
all kinds of
everything
colors.
else.
Is that how you feel right now?
No, now I have more than before. No!
Die, skeleton.
I tried.
You are
guess we
interrupting
have to just-
my day.
I can give this to you, maybe.
No, I
Don't
don't have any
we-
room.
Oh,
I feel
okay.
like we need all the bone fragments eventually for something, but I can't remember what for. So don't get rid of all the bone fragments.
What is famous band plays?
Toss it on the ground.
What?
I can pick it up if you toss it on the ground. Here we go.
Thanks.
Yeah.
What famous band plays in the sea? A trident? Triband?
Ooh, fancy boots.
That's my guess. I don't know.
Aqua?
Aqua pussy? Bon Jovi.
Oh my god.
That's good.
2 and 1. 3 and 3. Oh, guess who unlocked the next level? Got us a new pair of fancy boots. Just saying.
Ooh. I got an anchovy.
Yay!
When does the quest end?
Okay.
Today.
Fuck, yeah, I'm never gonna make it.
Oh, I finally got to the gold level. This makes me happy.
Woo. All the gold. Wait, did you guys put in the gold yet?
No, because we didn't make it. I just got some gold.
Oh, we already completed the crab pot shit. Kidding me? Alright, fine, I'm selling the shrimp.
Die, dude, die! Get off me!
Get all the
You're like
anchovies.
super powerful, pink dude. My inventory is just gonna stay full. Crap, what can I do right now?
I didn't see Willie come back to his house though.
He was already inside.
No, I just finished the quest, man. I just did it. Oh, this is so mean. Return to
Run,
Willie,
run,
please.
run, run.
Please open up. No, but I saw him leave the beach, but I never saw him come back.
I wonder if he's in the woods then. Or in town. He likes to fish in town sometimes.
Run, no, it's bedtime, run.
Oh, I don't see him. I have to run back
Oh,
now. Oh shit. Oh, I'm running against bushes. Shit, shit. I'm not gonna make it, am I? I mean, you might
Oh,
get a
does
pub.
any of
It's
you
worth
have-
it, though. It's worth it for the ticket. No, he's
Does
gone.
any of you have an extra glow ring or anything? Because Rose needs one.
Yeah, I have one.
I'm probably not gonna make it. I'm sorry.
Ow.
You're welcome. No, I like the joke vulture. It was a good
And once
joke.
we get to 40,000, we're all gonna get our bags.
Okay, make space. I'm coming in.
There's room for more! Yay!
Oh, I did it!
Puddle, puddle.
Oh, goodness.
Oh, nice. Level 4. Fishing.
I already did. Okay. I leveled fishing twice last time we played.
What did you do?
Look,
Did you choose stuff?
look at this.
Mom was hunting for Willie. Oh my god, vulture. Living off the land.
Oh, I forgot to watch the TV for my recipe.
Sunny, me too.
Bushes across the countryside with ripe fruit.
Blackberry bushes!
And spirits are very displeased. I'm so sad. I got all the anchovy and I didn't make the quest.
Hold on.
Linus wants his lost basket.
Oh yeah, I remember where that's at.
Yeah. Is it rain?
No! I didn't mean to throw that away.
I have so much iridium stuff.
Oh.
That's partly yours, isn't it? Yeah.
Probably.
Hi, I have something for you. Oh.
I'm gonna...
What the heck?
Mono picked it up.
How did I pick it up? I'll put it in the chest. It's in the chest.
Yours is in your fish chest.
Ah. Should I sell all the stuff? Oh no, we have the iridium thing info, right?
What is it?
The event?
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Sure.
That's gonna come up soon.
I'll put one of each in there and the rest I'll sell then.
Yeah. Make sure you keep the moss, of course.
The moss, yeah.
You know me and my moss. I love my moss.
25, 20.
Super cucumber. Holy shit, that's a lot of energy. That's 225 energy.
We don't need the... Remember what I mean? Slacker.
How dare.
We don't need the scrolls anymore then, right? Because it doesn't say Gunther needs it, so I could sell it.
We don't need that scroll then.
I do think we need to keep the bone shards, though. I remember that. Bone fragments. I'm going to keep those.
We need to keep those for something. I can show you where Linus's basket is.
Ooh.
Okay. I'm going to take all of this.
Sell this first.
I put stuff in my chest. Then...
Fuck you, beastie. I killed you. Bye.
I have not...
Is it a good day?
So what?
Is it a good day?
A good day? No, it's not.
I don't know.
Okay.
No, it's a super bad day.
Okay.
Don't we need to water the crops first?
But
we can water when we... I guess we can water when we get back.
Okay.
And I can take care of the animals when we get back, because we haven't. So, okay. Run.
Let's get the
We're being neglecting the farm today. All for the sake of Linus's basket.
Up here.
Wait, why is there a blackberry here? Random. Floating.
Pick him up.
Oh, it must be bugged then. I already picked it up.
We're getting a basket. Oh, right, that's where it was. Yay. We have the dairy basket. No crop dusting? No, you're doing all the crop dusting. You're our
I guess we can go back, take care.
Can we deliver the basket? Where are we going?
I don't know. I guess we're going back. Guess we're going back to the farm, or we're following Rain. She's going this way.
Find Linus a basket and return it to him. Isn't Linus
Yeah, she just went north. She went the other way. She went the top road.
Okay, I'll go this way. Pick up the quest. Where?
Linus!
Need Jojo Cola to eat in front of TV. Willie. Oh my god, Willie is giving a gold ticket for the Jojo Cola now.
Hell yeah!
Do we have a Jojo Cola left?
Yes.
I'm sure we do.
It's in my chest in front of my house.
Where was he, Rain?
Noise.
In his house?
I haven't found him yet. He's not in his thing. I'm still looking for him. Oh, he's up here. At the bathhouse.
I took the other road.
Oh, he's taking a bath.
Birds.
He's just outside the bathhouse.
Oh.
While I I grab a Joja Cola for Willie.
Don't deliver it though, because I picked up the quest.
Oh yeah. I can still deliver it.
No, because I get the ticket, remember?
Yeah, but we still get gold for it.
No, because we want the ticket. We want the tree.
Yeah, but you still get gold for it too.
All three of us can do it, and then you just get the ticket.
Do you have more than one cola?
Yeah. Oh yeah, I have 7.
Then we're good. Then we're good.
Yeah.
I didn't know that.
She's hoarding all the colas.
Those are birds with the flap. Okay, I'll walk towards Willie then if you're grabbing the cokes.
Oh, I guess I'll grab the whole thing.
The whole thing?
I only grabbed 1.
Oh, jeez.
You only grabbed 1 cola?
Why would you do that, Rain? She's on the monetary route.
Guys.
She's on the monetary route. She's like, yep, grabbing my thing, doing my thing. Don't forget to pick up the quest, though.
Yeah.
Yeah, I still have to pick up the quest and get a cola from you guys. But yeah.
I will wait at the bridge.
Okay.
Picking up berries as I see them. And
Lewis,
digging through some trash as we go as well. I did the town. Trash digger, trash digger.
Appreciate you being the trash panda for me.
Oh, there's a new community. Rock rejuvenation or fragments of the past. Either 100 pieces of bone or some crystals.
We have goat milk.
How many bones do we have so far?
Not very many.
Shall we do the rock thing?
Yeah, we'll just do that one.
Okay. Ooh, Jojo Cola. I thank you.
Oh.
Did I get both those? I guess I said hi to everybody too.
Willie!
Broccoli! I got broccoli.
What?
I got broccoli.
Broccoli?
Broccoli.
Ooh.
Let me give it to you, Bella. Okay, that's weird to say. She only grabbed 1 soda. That's so depressing. Oh my god, Falter.
Soda depressing. Oh my gosh.
That was a good one though.
So I'm gonna need.
Okay. Ruby, topaz, emerald, jade, and amethyst.
This is why we should have saved one of all the things that we don't have anymore. Oh well.
Jeez, you already got them. Oh no. That's why you keep 1 of everything. For these things.
Oops.
I'm a money hog, guys. I want all the money.
Money doesn't give you happiness.
Does in Stardew.
I mean, does it?
Yeah, because fashion's kind of depressing. It's a really depressing season. Emeralds.
So, if we sow a tree now, would it still grow?
Yeah, trees will grow.
An orange sapling?
Lily Puppet's been caught. Yay! Actually got one.
It'll produce.
It can't what? Produce in winter? No, but
no.
It will start producing in spring then.
Probably, if it's a spring one.
Delivery to Willie is done.
Oh.
Oh wow! I accidentally did a thing.
Hi there.
Hi.
Where do we want to put the orange tree? Near the house?
Or in the seeds?
Plant them right now.
Put it in the seed thing for now, yeah.
Yeah.
Why?
I was gonna make a whole little grove of trees.
Well, that, and we typically do the citrus, don't they die in winter? So you have to do them in the greenhouse or whatever.
They don't die. They hibernate, right?
Yeah, they hibernate, but I wanted to do like a whole little tree.
Oh, I thought they died.
Mm. Well, I'll put it in the chest. Cherry bundle.
Cherry.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Isn't the wheat
Quality.
done?
We need
Yes,
to
it
plant
is.
more pumpkins, guys, as soon as we can. But
There were more.
We shouldn't forget the watering.
Oh shit!
Yeah.
We almost did, didn't we?
I'll get more seeds in the morning, unfortunately. Because we also need one eggplant. We need one eggplant and one yam, so I need to plant one eggplant and one yam at least.
Oh jeez.
Just one will do.
That's usually how I do.
Minecart's repaired. Oh yeah! We're in business now.
Yes.
It is.
So
wait,
we
are you sure?
Yes.
Finish the whole room? Oh shit! Oh yeah!
I got the gold bar finally. That's all we needed. And I got some gold in the mine and made a bar.
Sorry, I messed that up.
That's okay. It happens.
So for those who
She just didn't want us traveling in the mine cars.
Peasants. For those who don't know, like I had the gold bar we needed to finish the mine carts. When I went to bring it to the museum or to the to the center, I accidentally gifted it to someone, and we just had the one.
Yep.
Oops.
So is the maple tree the oak tree that we need to plant? Because we need the oak resin or whatever.
We have the
Excellent.
oak and the pine, so we just need the maple.
We need oak resin.
What kind of wheat do we need for the bundle?
Don't remember.
Here.
Let me check.
Turtle, you would. Anybody check the beach today? Oh, it's too late anyway.
10
Never mind.
normal wheat. Well, guess what? We have 6 normal wheat. So we need more wheat.
I know. Yeah. I planted some. We just gotta wait for we can harvest.
Watering. Didn't finish watering.
I planted wheat, so we'll have that.
You didn't? Oh.
Oh, I thought you were getting up here, so I didn't get up here.
Those are cute, whatever they are. Little miceys.
That's okay. What?
Those are cute. We have.
What else? That's pathetic, dude. We're gonna eat.
Why are you moving stuff?
Because the 3 won't fit there. Because I got a new one. And it won't fit.
Ah, right. Look at her moving it like a pro.
I'll just... It is bedtime. Oh, crap.
That's the bedtime music.
No, you don't
Sleep.
want to listen to me.
Eat, skirt.
I'm sorry.
Little dynamos. Look at our little friends.
I can go get my rocks.
Yes.
Wait, does the do I want rancher or tiller?
Ooh.
Which one did you guys already choose?
I'm not level 5 in farming yet, so.
Mono? You probably
I chose rancher because I've been doing all the animal handling. Lemon!
Well,
Minecarts, yay! Welcome back, Lemon!
And here's a fun thing. We should put all the crops that were tilled in a different basket again so I can drop them in the
Oh,
product
yeah.
night, and Mona can do all the animal products, and that way we get more money.
Mm-hmm.
Cool,
I like
cool,
the
cool.
animals.
That works.
It really helps. It really helps.
So you're
Ooh,
doing
Accelerate.
Cloudy and gusts of wind.
What else? I got mail.
Again, very displeased today.
Thanks, 9
Dad.
items for the grunge
Sent me
display.
Or someone sent me stone.
Oh, quality stone. It was that.
Pew,
Stardew Valley
pew,
Fair.
pew.
Right. So
Pew,
that's when we need 9
pew.
items of the best stuff.
What is that?
Oh, where are you at, Chicky?
Oh.
Missing one. There it is.
And 1 week.
James still isn't working for me. No! Everybody else was
Have
able to get
fun.
on. Rain, did you have to like restart everything or something to get it to do it?
Yes, I had to fully reboot Steam. I had to like completely end task and everything.
So you gotta exit. Yeah. End task. You gotta like majorly reboot it. Oh, I forgot to put the link in there.
Wood.
Huh?
I have the wood. I only have 100 wood though. 138.
We just need 2 bins. 2 treasure chests.
2 storage bins?
Yeah.
That's like all of my wood. But yeah, here we go.
Really? Oh, right.
Here.
It's 50. I thought it was less.
Here we go. Oh, wrong thing. Yeah, there's only 38 pieces left. I'm just trying to craft preserve jars is all I'm working on.
Ah, okay.
And then I eventually need to do 2 more cheese ones now that we have goats. So I need 40 hardwood for that. Yeah, we have goats. So I need hardwood. We have ducks too.
Yeah, one's named Quackers.
I forgot to do the milky thing.
Oh, there's still corn left.
It's corn.
Ooh, let me try. I just restarted the computer, not Steam. Oh. Well, that should restart Steam
really hard
too.
to see if it's all harvested. I just harvested some corn that was left there.
That shit happens.
Yeah. Stop doing it the wrong way, game.
No, I do that all the time.
Yeah.
I got it all.
Oh, you did.
Okay.
Let's see.
It's
corn.
corn.
Take this amethyst. Or not amethyst.
Don't need
Yum,
to
yum,
cook
yum,
cheese.
yum.
It's okay. Milk. 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 There we go.
Oh.
Did you make the things yet, Mono?
The what?
The chests?
Yeah, I put them in the up north in the wood thing where the wood goes. I put the chest in there. I think. Yeah.
Oh.
I didn't know where you needed them
How
at.
did I look past them, man? Okay, I'll put one on the left of the cell bin and one on the right. Which color do we want for animals? White?
Yeah, that works.
White for me?
Yeah. Yep.
What are you putting there in those bins?
Animal products.
And then green for the things we get off the farm.
Yeah,
Oh.
green is for food.
And why are we putting them there? So you can't throw them away or something?
No, so you can sell the animal products since you get plus 20%, and I get
Oh.
plus 10% for the farm thing. So you can.
So you're just moving them from here to there. Okay.
Well, it's the ones we want to sell. Only those.
Yeah,
You
which
know,
we're
we
selling.
can sell those. Yeah. Then
Yeah,
put
we're
them
not
there.
selling gold because we need 9 gold for the event coming up. We're only selling silver because you
Silver,
can't
okay.
process silver to get silver star pickling.
We do. What are we using corn for? Because we have 56 corn in the chest here.
Oh, I think we've been pickling it.
Okay.
Yeah, we can pickle the corn. You can only pickle plain crops. You can't pickle silver or gold because you don't gain any benefit.
Okay. So there's 3 blueberry jelly in here.
Oh, yeah. I just put it in there.
Should we sell that?
Yeah.
Okay.
As long as it's silver, yeah. We're only selling silver, so because we're turning everything into preserves. Yeah.
It's just jelly.
Blueberry jelly is normal.
Oh yeah, jelly's already been processed. Yeah, you could sell that.
Oh.
So it matters who throws what into the bin, is what you guys are saying.
Yes.
Cool. Okay. Good to know.
I'm gonna have to go fish for a carp. God damn it. Or actually, don't we have a carp somewhere? That's okay. I'll go.
Don't forget that we have the mine carts.
Yeah.
Yes.
Do we have a duck feather yet?
No. Dang ducks.
Dang ducks. Get 'em, Poser. Dang ducks.
They won't give me what I need.
Well, I wasn't planning on fishing, but I got some fishing now.
But yeah, when
Shane's
Momo,
gonna give me a ticket for.
Momo, do you have the hardwood axe?
I do.
Okay, so when you are able, can you give 20 hardwood?
For you?
When you were able.
Always.
For the cheese, for the goats.
He wants me to get the
Tickle my
hardwood.
fancy. I'm buying an eggplant and a yam seed so we can get those growing. I'll do 2 in case some bird or something comes and eats it.
There's questionable things in the mine chest, like fiber.
Yeah. Take out what doesn't go where.
Oh, I see Rose doing the thing.
We get Rose. Did we get Rose back?
Oh, hello.
Hi. Welcome.
Yeah, hello.
Welcome, lovely. How was dinner?
It's good.
Oh shit, we forgot the
Good
bushes.
All the blackberry bushes. Yeah.
What did you have for din din?
It's just broccoli and roasted broccoli and cauliflower mixed with pasta
Catch
and like a
ultra
lemon
ball.
Cauliflower.
I keep forgetting to lurk on Pokemon community game streams.
I hope you
in order
like
to
it
get
though,
more.
by the way. Sorry. I just can't
I don't
stand
like cauliflower
man.
either. I don't even like broccoli.
I like broccoli.
Nope.
I like them roasted. I don't like them when they're like boiled.
Oiled? Oh, boiled. I
Yeah.
heard oiled and I was like, question mark, question mark.
We got the peach
what?
sapling.
Oiled cauliflower?
Alright, we done got the peach sapling now.
Yeah,
From
we
the
already
pride.
had it. We already had. Oh, the peach. Wait, how did you get peach?
I did a real quick quest and got one from Shane.
You got the ticket?
Yay.
Yeah.
Nice. There's a lot of moss, by the way, right now in fall.
Yeah. It's a good time for moss.
And also, I noticed
And
it's more
lots of
prolific when
moisture.
it rains.
I'm in.
Yeah.
Oh.
Yay!
Oh
Welcome!
No.
Oh no!
I'm
Watch,
sorry.
watch
No,
out for
you're not.
Momo.
Yes, mommy.
She's spicy right now.
It's because of
Seriously
Vulture.
spicy.
Vulture's been edging me on with
Edging? Oh no.
Oh goodness. Not me edging
Not
my
like that.
girl
Not
for
like
it.
that. Okay, well, never mind. I'm sure today. My words are
I just don't really get the reference of girl for it, but
Yeah.
okay.
Yeah. Not the one I meant to say.
Wow, you said it anyway.
Yeah, you're welcome.
It just makes me think of a fucking joke that we ended up coming up with in our D&D group.
Oh.
Yeah, that's why I said not me edging in my girl for it.
Oh.
Oh no.
Well, I have almost reached the end of the second part of Mist and Fury.
Oh. Yes.
So I have heard all the nasty things. I mean, a lot of nasty things already.
Well, of course.
Wait, that's the second book, right? Mist and Fury. Yeah,
Mr. Fury? Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, I said it right.
Yep. And then you should be on Wings and Ruin.
No, this is Wings and Ruin then, isn't it? Wait, now I'm confused.
No, Wings and Ruin is the third book.
Okay. I hope
Alright, did I explain to Rose the thing we did near the disposal place? Yeah, bin thingamajiggies.
Let me check again which book I am at.
Oh.
Yes, Mist and Fury. Okay. Phew.
It's okay. This one will tell you. Yep. Wings and Ruin is the third book. Then you have Frost and Starlight, and then Silver Flames.
Okay.
So we did a thing, Rose, and near the cash out for money bin, I don't know what we want to call it, the hopper, whatever, there are 2 bins near it.
Okay.
And one bin is for animal byproducts and, you know, cheese. And one bin is for
Farm.
plant farming, only silver. And
Okay.
the reason we got them there is because, like, I keep picking the animal choice skill level, so we'll get more money if I cash out the animal stuff. And Momo's doing the farm stuff, so she'll get more money if she cashes out the gardening stuff or whatever. You know what I mean?
Gotcha.
Crops.
Yeah.
Crops and animals expertise benefit.
Doing it multi-level marketing kind of scheme.
Yeah.
Okay.
And then
So
rain will be fish. So we need one technically for fish.
I
Rain
don't have
could do
one
fish.
for fish right now because there's.
You don't get a bonus, I think, for fish.
You don't? Okay.
No, I
for
didn't
selling
choose
it.
the one for the bonus on fish. I chose Trapper, so our resources for Trapper would be less.
So should I do
least-
foraging or
Yeah.
mines? What would be
You could
better?
do both. Either one.
Okay.
Either one. I'm.
If you do
high in
mines,
fishing
that-
foraging.
If you do mines, that would be pretty cool because then we could like put if you like the mines.
I do like the mines. I just need better shit. Is
Equipment.
all.
Yeah. Well, I just reached a new level. You can go down there and get some new boots.
Okay.
She got the boots.
With the fur.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And the whole club was looking at her.
Well,
I hit the floor.
next thing you know,
Hey, Mona's yelling as an alarm. Okay,
she really got low.
I can hook you up, Turtle. We'll do that. She can yell at you. Get
We're
out,
showing our
Turtle.
age, guys. Said we're showing our age.
Are we though? It's still a
We might
popular
be.
song.
Is it?
Yep, sadly it is.
I didn't think it was so
Yeah.
popular.
They remixed
Put
it.
these in there.
Oh
Can't.
no. Okay.
Um,
Oh, I need to go to bed.
I mean,
Yeah. Bedtime is calling.
I did a lot of harvesting today.
I did a lot of things and stuff.
I didn't do very much.
I'm grabbing the box. And we have like
Hi,
endless
Patty.
amounts of moss. I don't know if we're ever
Hi,
gonna need
Pepperly.
that much moss, but until we know otherwise,
Oh
we have
jeez, we have
endless
so
amounts of
much indeed.
Hey, baby. You don't give me
Make
shit
that
about my
deluxe
moss.
bait.
moss.
Make that deluxe bait.
Oh yeah.
Yay!
Hold on to the deluxe bait. We have a bunch of it. It's just in separate places.
Hey,
Well, then
maybe
also
some
let me
ASMR.
make it.
Did y'all actually listen to an ASMR stream? If I ever did, I think
had
I
no
did one
idea I could
once.
do that.
I did one once.
Huh?
Why do we have hay in this box? I don't even-
We need it.
Why
For the
not?
we
animal
don't need
bundle.
hay. We need
It's
wheat.
bedtime. It's bedtime. It's bedtime. It's bedtime now.
Bedtime.
Run,
We need hay
Mono!
for the fodders
Bundle.
bundle.
no.
Oh, do you? I thought you only needed wheat.
No, you need
hay
10
too.
hay, 10 wheat, and 3 apples. Why do I know this?
Oh. My boss saw all my annotations for my book,
Love
my
it.
Greenwich book, and she's like, "Do you annotate your books?" I'm like, "No, not usually. Just the witchy ones."
I love it.
Oh, Turtle wants ASMR.
Oh, that sounds about right.
From Mono.
Gotta get the mic closer. I feel like it's so far away that I can do ASMR because I would have to like lean up here. Hello.
You're special.
No, you're special. Hello. It's Wednesday.
We really don't have luck on our side.
Rerun. Oh god.
I have shrooms, but it seems like we already have all the shrooms we need.
You can never have too many shrooms.
This is true. Okay, so I need hardwood and
Are bees technically an animal? I'll just let Mono sell them, I suppose.
earth crystals.
Should we just sell the shrooms, or?
I like to stockpile them and eat them. That's like my go-to. I'm running out of energy. Let me just binge eat mushrooms.
All right. Yeah. Okay. Fair.
Oh, turtle.
Turtle power.
Plus, now you can do the dried mushrooms.
Yes, but we don't have the thing yet. I think.
Oh, we don't have the cave?
No, they
Yeah, we have the cave, but our cave is not mushrooms. Our cave is fruit.
Oh, that's why.
And but we do have mushroom logs that we're growing mushrooms on. But I don't know if it does different kinds or just the one kind. I'm not sure.
I'm not sure either.
Does anybody have a better sword than the steel small sword that's not a dagger?
There's the little... Yeah, the only thing I know is...
have a-
Oh, yeah. In my house, there's a long bone sword.
Oh, perfect.
You can play with my
I love a
bone
good
sword.
long bone sword.
Oh my.
You can play with my bone sword.
Mono, you have your hardwood, by the way. I
Yay!
gave you wood, my lady.
You're the best.
You
My
got
wood
the
grew
wood, I got
for
the
you.
bone sword. We're just killing it.
Now I just need freaking stone and regular wood, of course.
We can
Which,
eat some shrooms and then we have some stone.
See.
Where's the bone sword?
Oh, in my house, in my chest, there's a purple chest in here.
Oh, in your house.
Hiding.
Sorry,
Yeah.
my boss then called me. She poor girl's having to close the front end on her own. Literally, our closing head cashier called out. She's like, struggling.
No problem.
How to do things.
Work is important. Do what you gotta do. Okay, so I need stone and wood. So I'm gonna go get some more stone. Yeah. Oh wait, did I check on the cows yet? I don't think I did.
I don't know.
Ooh, do we have a better pickaxe by chance, or two better pickaxes?
Yes.
Mono has the. She didn't put it in the chest.
I have the one on me, and then
Okay, but you're gonna.
we only have
one.
one.
So I don't want to take it from you. Okay.
Yeah, because I was fixing to go that way, but yeah. And then I'm always going in there getting stone.
We need ruby, jade, and amethyst.
Right.
Okay, I will save those.
They just need to go to Emily. Just one of each.
Okay.
Horn is done.
I'm gonna see if I can get some fishing done just to do it. Actually,
Don't forget the crop. Or I can do it. But...
I need to.
Okay.
Which so we need a sandfish, so we can't get out there
Feed.
yet. Walleye. Walleye's the one.
Rose, the
Raining.
Minecraft got fixed.
Yeah.
Yep. Thank you.
Found out.
I know.
Good.
I hate the fact that it has to be on a rainy day. It's so freaking stupid.
I know.
What was I doing for who now? I don't even remember.
The pickaxe.
Oh, I was gonna go get stone.
That's literally the only one we need aside from the sandfish, and we can't.
Well, somebody put something in that last preserve jar I put down. I forgot to put something in it.
Sure.
No.
So if I'm gonna focus on the mines, we might need to splurge and get a second good pickaxe.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah.
But we have 40,000 right now, guys. We should all get our bags and then do that.
Okay.
Yeah.
Oh crap! It's Wednesday.
It's Wednesday.
And Rose, I'm gonna hook you up with some cheese. So meet me at the
Hell
thing.
yeah. Hook me up with that
Wednesday means
cheese.
he's closed, or?
Yes.
Okay.
He's closed on Wednesdays.
Is he?
Yep.
So we can't do our bags today? Dang it.
Nope.
Are you at the mine right now?
We could do pickaxe.
Yeah, I'm on floor 82.
Oh, sweet. Okay.
We could do pickaxe.
Let's wait until we get...
We don't make 5,000 a night yet?
I don't know.
Oh,
I
crap.
don't think so. Because it took us like 3 nights to make
I don't have
3,000.
Right.
Health to do this.
Come on! I'm coming, Rose! I'm coming! I'm trying to save you!
No, there was
No,
food in
too
the
many
chest.
bats.
That
Did
was
you
in
die?
the chest,
No, I
Okay.
wanted to leave before I died.
Okay,
The
well...
chickens are loose! I repeat, the chickens are loose! What happened?
Oops! I failed at my job. That's what happened. Just leave the gate open.
That's so cute!
Just... Yes.
Yeah.
Just leave the gate open and we'll work on that later.
Okay. Creepy chickens be loose.
Okay. Rose, where are you?
Fucking poopery.
I just went here. I can come to the top.
Okay, I'm gonna go in here. And this should hold you over.
Okay.
Oh, I know how they got loose.
Thank you.
Oh, did the fence break again?
Oh, the fence broke.
There's no fence over here.
At
all?
Okay, what level are we going to? 80?
Yep.
What we could do is move the silos, though.
Yeah. We just need to move the one
jeez, I
silo
forgot
up.
about this guy. Jeez, we got these baddies in here.
Oh no, it's closed. Never mind.
Rose, you going on high level baddie mode here.
Oh, I don't know about that. Not very high level.
Yeah,
we need better rings so we don't get as much damage and
I
can
don't
actually
have
walk.
any rings.
Oh, yeah. I have one on
Let
me.
me see if we can make one.
We gotta give you these rings.
I have an extra glow ring, remember?
Okay, she's
I
got the
took
glow
one for you
ring.
guys.
Oh, right.
And then,
yeah.
didn't somebody have an extra magnetic one?
Yeah, I get that one too, Rain.
No, you made the magnetic one for me.
I can make a ring if we get the solar essence, but we have to have the yellow solar essence.
You gave me just a regular glow ring, yeah.
Oops, sorry.
No, it's okay.
No,
you
I
used to
didn't
give
get
us
regular
gold,
magnetic.
so...
Here, I'm putting the regular glow ring in the chest down here. Oh,
Which
it was
chest?
a
The
regular.
mine chest?
Oh, it was a magnetic. Haha, I'm silly.
See?
I'm
remember.
silly. Well, regular magnetic is in the mine chest.
Okay, well, let's start. And then we can craft her one if we go to the level that has the solar essence creatures, but I don't remember what level that is.
Solar essence comes from the little metal dudes, which should be around here somewhere.
comes
Okay.
from the
And
spookies, too.
ghosts.
Yeah.
Halfway opened up here.
Oh fuck! I went over my energy, idiot. I am now super slow.
Did you hear me, Rose? Halfway opened up
Oh
up
no, I
here.
didn't. What's up?
Halfway's open.
Oh,
Up top.
awesome.
And then immediately again, but I'm gonna go grab some.
I can't wait
this
till
stuff.
we
Gold.
can update our shit.
Oh, y'all need emeralds, right?
Ooh, solar essence.
No. Ruby, jade, and amethyst.
It seems like the bushes.
Oh, I
with
have an
blackberries
amethyst.
Spawn every day.
I can go give Emily an amethyst after
Sweet.
I get to 85.
Noise.
Well, it's 8:30, so she's. I don't know. I mean, she might be in the bar, but
She's probably working.
yeah.
Well, catch. They escaped, and I didn't even try. Dang it.
Oops.
Okay, I got all the gold.
Yay! My fishing level is increasing.
Yes,
I'm
yes,
getting
yes.
all the gold. How do you like
I'm
that
getting
cheese, Rose?
All the blackberries.
Hey, I got amethyst from a box.
Noise.
Oh
Or
crap!
a chest, I should say.
Watch out!
Hey, we can go down though. And that's our 5th level. That's 5
Then
levels.
fish it up.
Boom.
You down there with the 3 of you?
Just 2.
Oh, I'm in the town. I'm fishing in town.
Uh-oh. Time for me to go.
Uh-oh. Why?
Because I am so close to dying.
Oh no, even with everything?
Well, I'm saving my cheese for tomorrow because it's
Okay.
10:10, so I don't want to eat it now.
Yeah, that's true. We already went 5 levels, so...
Yeah, I
You
usually
did
try to
good.
do 5 at a time. It's usually pretty reasonable.
Yeah, makes sense. And lose time to go do other things. I'm just gonna grab this diamond.
Heck
'Cause
yeah.
diamonds are a girl's best friend.
Oh, if my inventory had room. Okay, we're just throwing away this grass. We're getting our
Oh, and I
bags
meant to
tomorrow,
sell my
right?
items. What's
Yes,
that?
let's get the bags.
We're getting our bags tomorrow, right?
Hell yeah.
Yeah.
Because this is BS. I can't
What's the
carry
last
everything.
thing that Emily needs?
Jade and Ruby.
God damn it. I have Emily.
Mono!
not Jade.
What did
How
you
dare
do?
you? She got knocked unconscious.
I found you unconscious in the mines. I was hunting for minerals and almost stepped on your head. Be more careful next time.
Oh,
At
no,
least
we're not
she
finishing
found
our
me.
bags.
I shouldn't lose any. Oh, I did. I still lose money even though
You
she
still
found me.
get the bags. It's not,
Yeah.
It's like 600, right?
I'll just sell this diamond. I mean, really.
I have a bunch of fish I could sell. Like, let's not sell the diamond.
Okay.
Can I sell my emerald?
Yes. Yeah, I
Doesn't
already gave her
mean we
an
need
amount.
to sell. Don't we have other
Oh, where
diamonds
did I put
already
the
though?
solar essence for the ring making?
I put a lot of corn in the.
Put it in
There's the
blacksmith
possum
chest.
again. I saw the possum
Sorry, what
again.
rain?
Blacksmith chest.
Which
Oh, I
is-
need that.
In front of Mono's house.
Okay.
Oh, my items
It's
are
black chest.
missing. What did they take?
Not much.
They took some of my
Even
stuff. I don't know what they took.
It looks like they took the diamond.
Oh fuck!
What?
They
You
took the
your
diamond.
Ah, they did.
Rude.
And something else, but I don't remember what it was.
What
So,
happened to us again?
moss is in the tree chest thingamajiggy.
Where are we keeping fiber?
Oh, time's up! Time's up!
You could probably put it
shit.
in. Oh shit!
Oh crap. Go to bed.
Or else we'll never get the bags.
Yep. I hope somebody put something in the bin.
Hey, look at me.
Gems to appear in pairs. 1 ore per vein. What do I want? Oh my god. Gems in
Ooh.
pairs, probably more.
Leveled up? What did you get?
Geologists, probably.
Oh yeah, plus 1 ore or a chance for gems to appear in pairs.
Always gems.
Per
Yeah.
visit? That's not a lot. That's not a lot. Per visit?
Per vein.
Oh, per vein. Oh. I guess that's doable. But...
Hey, it's raining.
And it's raining! Yay! Best
Get
day.
that walleye.
I'm gonna go get myself a walleye.
Oh, so where?
Oh,
are
we
we
get
gonna
2
find the
solars.
You can put it in with the wood.
Did you get
Okay.
the ring that she
Please.
dropped off
Which
for
is
you?
What is it?
The ring?
The wood
Rose?
chest is the orange
Rose
chest.
needs the ring thingamajiggy.
Yes. Oh, and the magnetic ring was in the mine chest.
Okay.
So the forecast said row in the rivers now.
I don't think foraging counts.
Okay, there's a lot of crops done. I love how chestnuts just grow from a seed.
As soon as we get 3 more
hazelnut,
solar essence rows, I'll craft you a really nice ring.
Okay.
It's going to be magnetic and glowy. But we need...
More solar essence.
Yeah, we need 3 more of those gold things. And 5 iron bars, which we totally should have those. That should be
I don't know why I'm trying to catch the walleye at 8 a.m.
Yep, no, not gonna happen. I think they start at noon, though.
Yeah. I'm just gonna fish down here. It's fine.
We got some broccoli.
I might get lucky enough to catch some fish we didn't get yet. I don't know what this is, but it's real fucking difficult to catch.
Big green apple! Oh boy.
We need it from Marnie.
Marnie. To go get those dang purple shorts.
Alright.
This is not a tiger trout. It was a catfish. Certainly was. I already caught a tiger trout in front of that.
Tiger trout was as knowledgeable about fish in real life as I am in Stardew.
I'm guessing they're also pretty difficult to catch.
Probably not as difficult as it is in Stardew.
Probably not. Okay, fuck you, catfish.
I'll just...
Fuck you very,
very, very much.
Is there anything that's gonna grow? Because we have a lot of open fields right now.
That's okay. We do need to plant pumpkins, guys. We need 5 gold pumpkins, and we're like way behind.
I already planted some. I planted 10.
Oh, okay. Because
we need a lot more than that, though.
Seeds left, and we have 1 corn seed left.
If we're gonna get 5 gold, we need a lot.
And we have 1 amaranth seed left. Should I put them and then, or are you want to wait?
Yeah, you can plant the individual seeds and the pumpkins, whichever.
Okay.
Farm life, right? Right after. Do you play Stardew? Do you want to play? Do you play Stardew?
Come play with us.
You do. Yeah, I'm looking for people to recruit to play on Friday. Who wants to join the Stardew life? Join my addiction.
I'm not an addict, maybe.
New recruits.
Yes.
Oh no, you recruited me, and now look at me.
I know. I'm so sorry.
Literally.
Wait,
I ruined her life. Oh, she just Stardew now.
Is this also your first time playing Stardew, or
what's that?
Is this also your first time playing Stardew?
No, she got me onto it maybe like a year and a half ago, 2 years ago. I don't remember how long.
Yeah, something like that. Pretty freaking close to that. Fucking catfish, man. They really do be catfishing you.
Wait, so where's my fishing rod? Is it still in the mine? It should be.
Might be.
Probably. Wait, we were getting our backpacks.
Yeah.
Yes. Backpack day!
Yeah, you
He's
guys go
fine.
get your backpacks.
Oh god!
I'm getting fish.
Oh god!
What are you doing?
Whoo, I'm almost dying. We're good. Everyone's fine.
I'm almost dying. We're good.
We're
Everyone's
good.
fine.
We're not dead.
I got the cheese just in time.
They want some milk from Marnie. 60 gold at Pierre's.
The
How much does milk sell for? Whee!
I don't know.
I got rid of
Oh
milk
crap, I forgot about the
already.
pack.
Should I buy the melon seeds?
Yeah.
Or was it the pumpkin
No, the
seeds?
pumpkin.
We need
How many?
pumpkins. If we don't have any pumpkin seeds, we need, I don't know, 10. If we have 20 pumpkins planted, we might get you can buy whatever you can get with the 1900, I guess. Yeah.
Oh
And we-
crap. Sorry.
10, right? That's the only thing we need.
Yeah.
Okay. Wait, we didn't do grapes?
Well, you find those.
Oh, that's
No, we find the blackberries.
Oh yeah.
And we found the grapes last season, yeah. No!
Mono.
I didn't do it!
Little trash.
I'm always busted getting trash.
I'm gonna grab my.
I didn't do
stuff
it!
in mine.
Whee!
How difficult is walleye to catch again?
Not too bad.
You've seen nothing, Six. Six, are you gonna join us on Friday?
That was the first time I caught one, but I don't want one.
You don't want one. Whee!
Oh, blackberry.
Bang.
Always fun when someone finishes it.
It's like I've heard that song too much.
Wait, no, my fishing rod isn't here either. Where the heck is my fishing rod?
I have no idea what you did with it. Oh, is it in with your fishing stuff like I put it? Or did you grab it out of there?
I'm not sure.
Hook.
I'm just gonna
Catch,
check about the mine
ultra.
so now I can take
Great.
bust out.
I don't know if I'm gonna make
Oh, I
it to
forgot we could
today.
take the combined cards
Where
now.
are
I
you?
keep forgetting.
I'm an 88 in the mine, so I don't want to leave, because then I'll lose all the progress.
I probably need to give
It's
you
already
this,
4 o'clock. You won't make it to pier.
this pickaxe, because you go in there more.
It's okay. I haven't gotten mine. I'm fishing.
It's definitely not in my fishing chest.
I got no clue.
What are you
Where
looking
the
for?
heck is my fishing rod?
Oh, did you check the seed chest? Sometimes you put it in there.
Oh.
Well, Moni's the keeper.
I might have. Yep. Thank you.
She
I
needs a
probably put
keeper.
it in there because I was out of space. I
Yeah,
was wanting to water the crops.
probably.
Oh, this is so sad. The 10 is so unsatisfying.
What was I looking for again? For that? Oh,
Wait, where's all the tree sap?
Oh my god, why do I keep catching a shad?
I need dunes. Dunes. Tree sap's down there in the
Yeah,
seeds.
they're all converted, I suppose. They were already converted into stuff,
To fertilizer.
Fertilizer.
which is good, yeah. But I was looking for the seeds to convert them, and so I was like, where the fuck are they?
We did it. Somebody did it. Toxicity has been caught by KimonoKat. Yes. 83 maybe.
Hello, puddles.
Here's a big rock. I need you.
Thank you, Sir Broman.
Then I'm
I hope
going
you can sleep well, and good luck with the...
That's a breeze.
Oh, ooh, Jade!
Yay!
Jade.
Now we just need a ruby.
So glad you jaded. Hey there.
I don't-
This area is infested?
Hi.
No!
I got a dinosaur egg.
Oh my. Oh,
Ooh,
Hell
we get
yeah.
a dino! We finally get the not
Uh,
mayonnaise,
No,
but
I
the
have to
eggs.
take it to the museum.
What?
Oh. You're not, no! Let him go have babies and then take it to the museum.
Yep.
You have what? You can have a dino baby?
Yeah. And Dino Mayo.
Yeah. Oh, fuck, yes, I got it.
You got what?
The walleye.
But yeah, I don't think there's anything in the hatchery right now if you want to throw that dino egg in there and let it hatch. Multiple dino eggs.
But
Don't forget the bushes.
do we have room for it?
Yeah, I don't think there's anything in there. We can sell a nugget. We got extra nuggets if we need to sell somebody.
Oh, that's true. I forgot about Nugget.
I name them nugget if they can go for sale.
Yeah.
Oh, because they're an egg. Yeah.
Oh, hey.
Hi.
I was getting ready to pull my sword on you.
Don't do that!
That's
Oh
rude.
my.
She's trying to hurt me.
Pulled her thrusty
Um,
sword.
You didn't go get
I
your
will
bag,
say-
did you?
Nope. I'll do it tomorrow.
Shit.
I also didn't get it, but you guys should,
Should have what?
Should what?
Words are being hard. Give me a second.
Woulda, coulda, woulda.
We gotta move the, one silo.
Right. That was that.
So you can fence in what? Because the chickens are getting out or something?
Yes.
Oh,
I wonder why they all of a sudden are getting out when they weren't before.
I don't want
It's
to eat
because
cheese
the
now. You know
silo.
what we're doing? We're
That's
gonna
where
do
the
that.
silo-
Oh no.
I'm
Infestation.
I'm crafting a staircase. Hold on.
Okay.
Oh crap! I can't.
You can't?
No, I don't have that skill yet.
Oh no.
I do. Hold on.
Do you have enough stone?
Yeah.
Rain,
I just did it.
got 2 walleyes back to back.
Okay, let's go. I forgot I could do that.
Thank you.
After I catch every other fish.
Obsidian! Look at you!
Thank Jesus.
Obsidian edge.
GG. Did you make it to the end?
I
Yeah,
used
this
all
is
my
nice.
stone to save us, by the way. That I've been
Wait,
working
hold
so
on,
hard.
hold on. Oh crap.
It's okay, you can
What
just
did I
put it in the chest down when we go down.
Okay.
Hey, all we need
Here.
is the sandfish, guys.
All right. Stone is in the mine chest. Mono.
Hey, look, I
Okay.
got a regular glow ring.
Oh, you got a
Nice.
bunch of stone! Yay! I can make these 2 cheese things now. Or 1. What else did I need?
Oh right, minecart. I don't know what I'm doing.
And 1.
But now I glow even brighter.
Oh, I need more wood too, apparently. Oh yeah, we got minecarts. Dang it! I forget we have minecarts.
Yeah, I know. Where are you guys at?
Bus stop.
Taking the cart.
I'm at the bus stop.
Alright, I'm gone.
I left the bus stop.
I have 5 solar essence now.
Hell yeah.
Woo!
I'll also put my tundra boots in the mine, in the blacksmith box in case anybody needs
You
boots.
got solar essences?
Smart.
Is that the purple one or the yellow?
Maybe when people join later. Yeah.
Yeah.
Is that the yellow one?
Sorry if you can.
Yep.
Sean, shut the fuck up.
I don't mind the C word.
It's pretty low anyway.
I heard it.
Oh, I could totally craft you the thing.
Oh, Mono, there's place for the
Ooh,
seeds
I'm
you
gonna
have.
get in bed before.
Don't-
when I
don't-
get
no,
full
no.
energy tomorrow.
Okay,
Yeah.
well when you get up, visit the mining chest because I threw a thing in there for you.
Thank you. I just need all my energy.
What else do I need to throw in there? Nothing. I'll figure my life out in the morning.
Coming. scared.
Come to bed, Momo. I want cuddles.
Here.
I need some
You're
cuddles.
special.
Oh no! No! I almost messed up. No, I don't want to offer the pine tar. No!
You don't want to what?
Yep. Oh fuck's sake! I was holding the pine tar and it kept offering it to you, and now I died.
No one play with
Luckily,
that.
it doesn't take money when you're in the house.
Does it not?
It doesn't?
Uh-uh.
Oh,
Oh,
that's
that's
good.
good to know.
Oh, that might be new. That's great.
It was like right there.
Yay! All my Hot Topic things finally shipped.
Hey.
So we went to the mall on Sunday and I ordered all my shit that I wanted to order.
Oh, y'all can
when I
definitely
was
go
there.
do pickaxe things and 2 bags. But don't forget your ring.
Oh yeah, I gotta put it in the thing.
Don't forget your ring.
Spirits are
Oh,
very
shit.
happy, so do
Thank
the
you.
gift thing.
Hold on, I forgot to
take
take and put it in there.
No, I already gave her a better one. You're taking the
Oh,
extra
okay.
magnetic one if you want it.
Rose,
Huh?
this pink chest at the farm, it has stuff for the museum and
Oh,
for the
right.
blacksmith. So if you
Sorry.
do the...
Oh, right. Hold on. Let me empty out my bag.
Yee.
That's why I skipped it, because I got too much shit.
But yeah, no, that way we can always do it
Oh.
on the trip.
Yeah,
It's
I've got a
supposed to
couple
just
things
need to-
to go. And also, there's a chest by the museum for things that might have gotten missed.
If you
I
went there,
fixed
but you
the
didn't make it in
fixed the
time.
fence.
Oh,
At least on that side. I can fix this fence. We don't have to deal with this.
I mean, it's probably better for oversight too, to do the silos differently.
Are we?
Yeah, we just have to move it up one.
Are we breaking geodes whenever, or are we like waiting on?
On
Better
lucky
on
days,
lucky
but there's a
days.
chest over there too. It's
It's
a good day,
day.
she
That's
says.
why I said it extra.
Okay.
Alright,
So I
so
can
we
take the
only
geode?
need the yellow dwarf scroll, by the way.
Okay. By the way, the pen has been fixed, and they're not gonna get.
Ooh, treasure trove. What did you get?
So am I bringing the geodes to Clint? Is that okay?
I just got the achievement for treasure trove. What's the reward?
Same.
Our reward is a rare crow and a skeleton. Let's go. I had a couple things in my pockets that needed to
I'm
go.
messing up all the watering.
Oh crap! There we go.
Flaro. Also,
Ew.
I ordered that sweater. The
Oh, I need
Bat
this
Boy
one.
sweater.
Yes.
And I
Which
ordered it in a plus size.
We have extra
So Hot
features.
Topic has
Yeah.
a quarter Thorns and Roses merch.
Oh, I need to see a picture of that.
And I ordered the Bat Boy sweatshirt.
Okay.
It'll focus. There it goes. Here, I'll just take a screenshot and throw it on the thing.
Yes.
Oh no, the gem one's all full.
What?
I got an emerald to donate to the museum, but the gem section's all full.
No!
I'll
That's
do it
sad.
on the table above.
Nope, I gotta go get
Oh,
this.
I just donated lemon stone.
Lemons, that's cute. Lemon
That's
drop,
cute.
lemon stone.
There you go.
Of course.
It's got a front and a back.
Oh my.
Back's got wings.
What? You can see this. Wait, did you put it? Oh, you put it in bonus?
Over here in the text chart.
No one cares about you, Haley.
Nope, I only see food.
In our
Oh,
the
Did you
voice.
not have any right now? There we go. Like, give me some milk.
No.
Come on, Emily. Time to leave. We're not good enough friends, so I can't enter your bedroom.
bat boys.
need milk for something or not yet?
Yeah, we needed milk for a quest.
Is that quest passed? Or is that still?
Let me check. It's for Mar. No, I still have it.
Okay.
Oh no, huh? Bring Marnie a blackberry. Oh! I read it wrong. She wants a blackberry to increase milk production. There's many blackberries in here, so.
Yeah.
Oh,
I have one, but you had the prize one, didn't you?
I have the amaranth
There's no
one.
prize this time.
No?
No.
No.
Sadly, no. It
Fucking
just says
bitch.
60 gold.
At least she's at her home for once. Dang, at least I gotta. Dang.
Okay, I need
So
to
we
go
just
there.
need a ruby for Emily. Is that what you're giving her? Or...
I gave her a jade.
Okay.
Oh, geez, it's so much crops on your own.
I need to organize.
Rain, did you get your backpack?
No.
No. You sure
Oh,
about it.
we'll still have enough money if I get mine. Okay.
Yeah.
Oh,
Hi,
you
Sam.
can do the pickaxe too. We have enough. Is it Marnie home?
Yes.
Cool.
Who wants a blackberry? Nobody. Right.
Marnie.
But you need to pick up the quest.
Okay. I have to pick up the quest. Oh, hold on. I know.
At least it's 60 gold. It's yeah. And I still need to do the.
Yay. Should I get us more pumpkin seeds?
We already
Can't
had
hurt
10
my
extra.
health.
Okay.
We could, but if they will grow.
Make sure we get the gold
I
ones.
just donated some broccoli seeds.
Yeah, because
I'll buy 10 more.
Just get them. We have space, and it would suck if we have to wait 2 seasons for it.
Yeah, I just picked up 10 more. So.
Because we might make the. Do we already have? We have the yam and the eggplant, right?
We planted them, yes.
Yes.
So, yeah, then we can have the greenhouse in winter. That's great. That's great. How much?
No, we won't get the greenhouse because we don't have the parsnips.
We don't need the
We're
parsnips.
short.
We don't need
Oh, yeah, that's right.
Yes. We just need three times the gold things. And if we get the pumpkins, we get them.
No, I just ate the amaranth. And I gave her the thing without the quest.
Do we have all the
I'm
animal stuff that we
so
need?
backwards.
Do we have what?
All the animal stuff we need?
Well, we'll get the
almost,
milk
I think.
eventually, and
Yeah, we could
yeah,
need the duck
animals.
feather or the goat milk, and I'm working on those. Large goat milk is what we're waiting on, I think.
Those can happen in the winter too, so we'll have it.
Yeah.
We just need wool and goat milk. The large one.
Should I come here for?
Alright, I planted the pumpkin seeds and watered them.
I don't even know what I'm doing now.
Yes.
I forgot what I was doing.
Did you give
You were picking up the quest and giving
your
mine a blackberry?
fertilization seed, Rain?
Yes.
Yeah, I gave the seeds my seeds.
Oh,
Your seed.
it won't let me. It won't let me. I can't pick it up.
Oh my god.
Or maybe. Nothing posted today.
That's a chuckle.
So gross.
I got Courtney.
I absolutely hate that term in books, though.
Me
like,
too.
how stupid.
Like it is an automatic like, ugh.
Turn off,
Cringe.
right?
Ugh.
Yep. I have it already with Akatar as well with some things. I'm like, oh please.
No,
please
that's
don't.
fair. Yeah,
Please
no,
don't
there's
say
definitely
that
some
again.
cringe stuff.
It's like with what's it called? I read the first book of 50 Shades because my mom had
Oh, yeah.
it, and it's
I
in
have
Dutch.
that.
It's even worse. I'm gonna tell you, it's even worse.
I'm sure.
Like I would never pick it out in Dutch, but she does it. So I was like, yeah, I'm gonna borrow it to try it. But the inner goddess part, like fuck off. she repeats that like every sentence almost. My inner goddess. My inner goddess. My inner goddess. Oh, shut the fuck up.
Thank goodness.
Oh, please, Nyanya, I'm almost done with the second book. Can you please take the rest for me? I need the rest.
I love Akatar
But
so
it is a
much.
guilty pleasure indeed. I don't remember what the term was that turned. If you can get
Romantasy, smut, smut.
oh, excessive use of womb. Yes,
It's space
Very
smut. It's
smut.
great.
Oh, I think that's in the other one.
I was telling Dalton about it because I guess he didn't realize that what I was reading was very smut. It's like, I could dress up as a fairy if you need to too. I'm like, no, like, please don't.
I'm so
Weird ass boyfriend. You guys want
yeah,
him?
no, I'm almost done with the second book. Like, I think I have an hour left on the audiobook.
Hell yeah.
I'm guessing with everybody here, you already know all the things?
I do.
Yes.
Oh, I can hint at. Oh, we forgot the
I know all
merchant.
I haven't read all.
But I
Yeah.
don't think Mono has.
Yeah, I don't think she's ever gonna get around to reading it.
Oh, well, listening to it maybe.
She'll forget about it even when it shows up. When she finally gets around to listening to it, she'll still forget.
I don't know, Mona, do you forget easily?
Sometimes, but I'm not really paying attention anyway, so I probably will. I'm terrible.
See?
Well, okay. I'm at the part where, let's see, how will I say this still a bit cryptically? Yes, betrayal and cauldron.
Oh, damn, you're getting into it now.
Yes.
Yes,
just
tampon at its finest.
Fuck tampon.
Oh, jeez.
Oh, that cracked me up.
Yo.
Okay, I stopped hoarding all the things, so because I have to figure out what we're building next. We're actually caught up.
So you're going for Court of Wings and Ruin next? Yes.
I've gotta suck it up and read it.
You really do.
I don't want to deal with the stress of what I know is like inevitable.
Yes.
But you finally get to Nesta's story.
I know.
I added some colas.
I just also
to your
really
chest.
don't like Nesta, so I like don't really want to read her story.
Your opinion will change.
I know it will, but
I didn't like Nesta either.
I'm still on the bandwagon of not wanting to like Nesta.
Anna's favorite. It's kind of funny.
Oh crap! It's 11 o'clock.
It's almost 12. Dun dun dun.
Crap! I still have not found this last staircase.
You know what? Doing it.
It's sleepy time.
Crap! I don't even know where the fucking staircase is.
Mm-hmm.
Oh god.
Sleep.
This isn't.
Cat ears light up.
Yeah,
Got you.
Anna, it's fun so far.
And I'm going to
said, it's hard to get over.
put in the light up cat ears, and then I'm gonna step to the ladies' room real quick with my glowy ears. I think I put them all backwards because they're not fitting right. There we go.
Where are you putting the pine tar?
And the wood or the seeds, both.
I'll put it in the seeds. It's easier because everything's there.
Alright, well.
Are you gonna make it, Rose?
I'm gonna make it. I'm just pissed.
She is gonna make it.
Because I didn't get the last staircase.
That sucks. For sure.
But I got coffee, so we're good.
Speedy Gonzalez over here.
Coffee. Oh, you can go speedy with coffee.
Yep.
Nice. So how was the games, Yanya? Did you enjoy playing? Levels. I can make a lightning rod. I got level 6 foraging. And we can craft wild seeds and totem for the beach.
Oh yeah.
Oh, money, money, money. We should get to making those lightning rods.
Yes. I don't think we're gonna get any thunderstorms in fall though.
In winter.
We don't get thunderstorms in winter.
You don't?
No
No,
rain in winter.
I'm here, you can in now. I'm lurking while taking care of
We
that.
get
He's
thunderstorms in fall.
Yeah, we do too, but like, I don't know about in the game.
Yeah.
I know for sure summer will give it to us.
Summer will give it to us? Naughty girl. No. Yeah, I've been listening to too much. You can imagine. Like, too much Akatar, man.
Rose, I have presents for you before you leave.
Where are you putting them?
Right here. Hold on.
I'm gonna
switch your pickaxe out for the one in the chest.
Okay. Oh, thank God. Thank you.
You're welcome. Oh, and I have one more thing.
Oh my God, this one's scary.
Sorry.
I don't know why I
that's
moved
the rare
away.
crow I grabbed.
Okay,
That's
good.
fine.
You can get in there and grab that cheese.
Thank you.
Oh, is the fence broken?
Motive's feeding me.
Yes.
I'll do the cows if you want.
Okay.
Did we move the silo yet?
No, I can go do that.
Yeah, the one
Where are we
right
moving
next
it?
to my house it just needs to be moved up.
Okay. So you want
where
it
are
in
we
the bar?
putting seeds?
Which one?
Wheat?
Yeah, where are we putting seeds?
Oh, and
never
the
mind. It
seeds
doesn't
trunk.
need moved. Someone put a fence up.
Yeah, I fixed the fence for you.
Okay.
She did.
Okay.
Billy has no milk right now. Fuck you, Billy.
Oh, you didn't take the cherry bombs, Rose. Did you not want those?
Oh, I didn't even see them.
They put cherry bombs in there too.
I think Crow ate a thing over here.
Ba has no milk either. What is this?
What?
Do you use all the milk for the cheese making?
Yes, I do.
Yep.
Also
Mine's
the
wrong.
superior one?
Mm-hmm. Because you actually get star level with cheese and duck, but you don't get with produce. You do get it with the animal products.
Oof. So Nyanya, how was the games? Are you still playing? You're probably still playing.
Yeah.
I got some tar.
Brr.
Let's see what it takes to make the rod. Iron bar,
No,
fine
not
quartz, and
there.
I'm tired. I suppose you are. There's so many games.
Shit.
New reward at the museum. It's just a rare crow, so it's not like.
You're okay.
How many lightning rods do we want, or should we wait?
Oh,
How's your time, baby? Hold on, guys. Brooke just
Don't
huge.
know?
Oh.
And Puddles is freaking out.
I could make two.
Yes.
We can just
Go,
wait.
Monty, go.
here we
A little field of electricity.
go. I like it.
Should we just do two and wait for the resources for the other ones?
Yeah, that works.
I mean, we want to probably have like 2 axes and 2 pickaxes, or 2 pickaxes at least.
Yeah, 2 pickaxes for sure, because I'm constantly needing supplies to craft with, it seems like.
You did that, right, Rose?
I gave Rose the good pickaxe.
Oh.
I
Nobody
put
has...
mine in the
Yeah, I'm carrying it.
box though.
Yes,
you
grabbed
didn't
it.
go to Clint yet?
No, nobody's gone to Clint.
I can do it if you want.
Yeah.
No, whatever you guys want. I know we're still trying to hoard money, so.
I
No,
think
we
we're
got all
good
the
at the
bags,
moment.
so...
We can upgrade weapons right now and concentrate on that if we want.
So if you want to
Or
take
not
a bank
weapons,
card
but
to Clint and quickly use your
tools.
lesser pickaxe to upgrade it, you can do that if you want. Oh wait, you don't have the...
She doesn't have it, I have it.
I don't have...
I can go do it. I can go do it.
I don't have... Oh, you have a pickaxe here? I don't.
I got it on me.
Oh,
The other
shit,
one's in
we
the...
only have... No, we have 2 copper only. I'll quickly make some.
But they're all busy. What are they making? Hurry up, guys.
They're making bowls, unfortunately.
Oh,
I wish they were making copper.
It's gonna take forever.
Mona, you okay? Yeah. Okay, how are you?
Hurry, hurry, hurry.
I'm okay. TP. Probably only do a couple more days this starting.
You can sell too.
Oh. What?
We don't have a keg yet, right?
We do.
Oh, we have a keg? Yeah, we can make
mead.
mead.
Oh wait, take it out. Sorry.
Nope, sorry.
Take it out again, Mono.
Okay.
Take out the honey.
What do we make with honey? Kegs?
Mead.
Oh. I can't make it. Oh.
Willie's favorite.
Oh. Okay, well, I'll put it back down here in the produce area since we have... I can't make kegs yet. I don't know why, but I can't.
Who made the keg? Or you bought it, huh?
Oh, it probably came from the community
center. Yeah. It was a prize.
Okay, they're done, Mono.
Yeah, I don't think I can make kegs yet.
Mono. They're done.
What's done?
The pickaxe thing.
The copper?
Get the pickaxe. Yeah,
So, because I need the copper bars? Okay.
Yep.
Alright, I'll run!
Yeah, I hope you can make it.
Say hi to Cleo, since your voice is keeping her awake. Oh no, hi Cleo! Wild Jinx appeared. Hope catch.
Okay, catch.
Will she make it on her journey to upgrade her pickaxe?
Why is my chat not showing anymore?
Oh, sugar.
You enjoying your new ring over there?
There it is.
I just made it.
Hi there, artist.
Alright, so it's real fun when you have a cat that is literally afraid of everything. And you freak out over a cat puking. Because she was
oh my gosh.
on my computer.
Got it.
So she like puked over the edge.
Oh god.
Yeah, but because of that, like that's why I got up when I did. I think I might have scared Puddles. And to the point that he started freaking out with Monty and attacking him.
Oh boy.
Great.
Oh no.
Fun.
Sounds like a super fun time.
Yeah, it's so much fun.
Ooh, 3 of us caught you.
So Puddles is locked in the bathroom right now because that's where he ran to hide.
Classic.
Well, Monty didn't do anything wrong, and he was just like, "What's going on?" Like, I gotta investigate everything, and yeah.
Okay,
Poor
so I
guy.
have-
Who took away the mahogany tree? Who the feck? Who the fuck did it?
Wasn't me.
Because Mono couldn't tap it.
Really?
You can't tap mahogany.
Oh.
I was like, what the heck is with this tree? I didn't know it was a special tree.
Yeah.
I
I
didn't know.
killed it.
I thought
I didn't know what kind it was.
I thought we could get like maple
look.
syrup from it.
I opened my
Well,
mail.
there's
Now
like
I better
3
not
types of trees we
Are
need
you
to have
okay?
planted there, but I don't know what the other ones are.
Yeah, I don't know.
I don't remember.
We have
I'm gonna
we have
go
2 of the 3,
photos.
but we need oak resin, and I don't know which tree's the oak tree.
I don't remember. Mango.
Cut one down and figure out what seed it drops, and you'll know what it looks like.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, come here, baby.
I mean,
I know.
wait, there's a maple seed though. Did you plant that yet? Is that the?
That might be. Well, no, we're missing oak resin. We haven't got any oak resin for the museum.
She didn't mind.
We're missing what?
Okay.
Oak resin. So this must be maple and pine. So we need the oak tree, whatever the oak tree looks like.
The one that looks like the maple tree, but
has flowers, I think.
Look like the maple tree.
Okay.
I know that's super helpful.
I think it has different
base. She's all like lovey-dovey right now. Okay, it's just Brooke.
I could try and find one.
Mm-hmm. So I can check in this chest real quick in the seeds. So we got pine, we got maple. Oh, it's the acorn. So whatever gets an acorn is going to be an oak tree. So we need an acorn.
Wait, we have acorn. I got acorn before. They're in the chest.
Here.
There's none in there at the moment. But
where it affected the acorn school.
Probably get converted to field snacks.
They're either in the wood chest or they're in
Okay, baby boy. I know, that was a really scary experience. I'm sorry.
I'm not sure.
Hi.
I'm sorry.
Maybe.
My poor Void.
No.
He's having void issues.
Yeah. Okay.
Kid.
It'll be nice to brother though, okay?
Having void issues. Poor baby.
Oh,
and that tweet's frozen. Just put over here.
Okay. Okay. You're alright. That's just me.
Cutting down all the trees. We're gonna have no trees in winter.
You're alright, Monty. Time's 3.
Oh, right, it's this one, I think. I got another acorn, so. Where do you want it?
Next to these other trees if we can. Like right here in that little, in the row.
We're on time with making them grow before winter starts.
Me too. I got another tapper. It's on another tree right now north of the barn. Okay. So, but I won't move it until that one grows because we're still waiting. I got much better.
Acorns.
Gave both Eddie's meds during 1 hour. Much better. What do you mean much better? Because I caught Jinx?
Ooh, GG.
Now you're eating?
Coming with the seeds. I don't understand either. No.
Oh, sorry. Can you still hear him?
Right?
I thought it was Dalton, but it could have been him. We couldn't tell.
Spaces, right? Someone.
Just space it even like the other two are, because the other two grew fine.
Okay. I'll just put
Alright, I think Puddles is mostly back to normal.
Yay, Puddles! Oh, it's 12:30. Crap.
Yeah,
you found a star though.
Tomorrow?
Mine?
And by tomorrow I mean like game tomorrow. go to level 100 in the mines because Star Drop is in the thing.
Yay!
GG.
You made it! Flip to the emotes so I can put it on the left side. Nice. So you can, because you liked both sides. Interesting.
Nice turtle.
I'm in bed.
Same. I've been in
I'm
bed
in
for
bed
a hot
too.
minute.
Oh, I should go to bed, huh?
Yeah.
Probably.
I forget that time doesn't stop.
Yeah.
I'm just gonna quickly stop stream because I think everybody went to bed.
No.
I am probably gonna go to bed in real life as well.
Right now?
I got some
or
early meetings tomorrow, so I'm gonna.
Okay.
Yeah, this will be my last day.
Okay.
I'm not.
But I will see you guys another time for Stardew. Thank you for
Alrighty.
welcoming me back, even though it's been a while since I've
Oh,
been able
did
to
you put the
join.
pickaxe somewhere before you left, or no?
Nope, I sure didn't, but I will do
It's
that before I
okay.
leave. I haven't left yet, so I'll do
Okay.
it.
Okay.
Yeah, then we'll just have to at least sleep another day. Let's go another day.
Yeah, you can just leave it in the mine chest or something. Then I'll use it while you're gone. While the other one's getting worked on.
Let me sell some shit too. Do we want to save our squid ink?
Maybe?
Yeah.
I think you can make
for now.
food with
I don't know if we ever
put
need
it in
it,
the-
but
Well, it's Elliot's favorite gift. Other than that, I don't know if we need it for anything.
We have pumpkins! Hopefully we get 5 gold.
1 gold out of that.
See, that's why we had to plant so many.
Where are we putting warp totems?
And
Hi, Debrickable! Mama's here!
This stuff, so.
Welcome, Mama Stream! Welcome!
Hello.
Thank you for the raid, Momo.
Of course, honey.
You're not welcome.
Oh, why did I hit that? I want to hit that. I'm trying to love on the animals, and they won't let me love on them.
Well, I'll just be here.
I guess I already did.
Hi.
Ooh,
Hi.
I can level my freaking farming finally.
Spirita neutral. Queen of sauce. Trout soup.
Alright.
Ooh.
Thank you for playing.
Yeah, thank you for... Do I just quit or do I have to go to bed first?
You can quit.
I think you can just exit and it should be fine.
Okay.
I mean, worst case that could happen was some kind of weird tool duplication or something.
Good night, sweetie.
Good night.
Good night.
Thanks for reaching 100.
Yeah. Get to go do that. Don't get to go get
Also,
Copper and earth crystal.
don't forget to check the chest next to the shipping bin.
I do.
I don't know if Mono does. So.
I think
Yeah.
it still has to go into a system, maybe. No? Oh, you do?
See. I checked the gray one. There's just usually nothing in it.
Yeah, so far not. Just because you're probably doing the animals.
Yeah, me and Rose were doing it and putting it where it needed to go.
So the auto water spot is empty now. We could just move the scarecrow. Or put new seeds that are...
Okay. Yeah, put some pumpkins there. Put pumpkins, because we need to make sure we get those gold ones. We need pumpkin seeds. We need to get gold ones. Seeds. Yeah, because we really need the gold pumpkins.
How many are we have like?
Don't plant broccoli there. Don't.
I'm not planting broccoli there. I'm planting them in a different spot.
How many do we have now? 30?
Yeah, they're planted now.
Yeah. So you can get 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. You could get 10 again if if you want. You can do 2 more in another spot so we can fill out the plot.
Come here. Yeah. Iron Vulture pokes Momo. Oh, you're still getting poked, Momo.
Yeah, Vulture, you were too quiet. I went into the raid mode. You weren't poking enough to keep me awake.
I finally have a large. Do we still need large
We're gonna barely
goats,
make it. I'm buying 20. Because tomorrow's literally the last day we can plant these.
Okay, let's do that. Yeah.
The pumpkins?
Yes.
I think the kale might be done tomorrow.
They take 13 days to mature, so.
I think the kale might be done
crap.
tomorrow.
Try to put that in there.
So we have 20, so 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6,
I don't want to carry this thing anymore.
10, 13, 16.
Redeemed gun shell? Okay, I got you, man. I got you. 1 sec.
So now there's 3 there too.
Actually,
I'm just making an even 3 for the watering can because
yeah, I need 3 more.
Everywhere. There.
I need 3 more.
There's 2 more up to the top left.
Okay, so then I need 1 more spot.
I need that.
1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3.
I need
1, 2, 3.
that.
Oh, here. There you go.
Me.
Yeah.
There you go. There's
Get
me.
some fertilizer
Alright.
in those stinky peels.
I'll come back behind you and water them.
I don't know why y'all like that. That's
oh my god. I didn't see that one.
You're so funny.
Okay. Yeah, I didn't see that.
It's okay.
It's windy today.
It do be windy.
Oh, Vulture. No, don't say it, Vulture.
What?
Really, I think Vulture already said it.
Nope, they didn't.
Oh shit. We still need a ruby for
Shite.
Emily, and it's the last day.
Vulture being a good boy.
We haven't gotten a ruby, have we?
No, I'll go look. Don't say what?
So far, no. I need to go to the mine anyway for the thing.
Don't say what? Momo?
What?
Oh,
Don't-
well. You should know what.
No.
Wait,
I don't know.
wait, is there an eggplant in the thing yet?
I don't know. Have we harvested an eggplant and a yam yet?
Yes, I'm gonna, because it wasn't a produce chest, so I'm quickly putting it in the other chest, because...
Okay.
It was
Diane, what does my star drop taste like? I don't remember.
Oh no. I
Momo's picking on me.
Oh, paint chips.
paint chips. Oh my god, your food tastes.
They usually
I know
don't
how
picking
you
on
feel.
me.
I forgot about the paint chips.
So I pick on you,
my
turtle.
obsidian edge.
Can the pumpkin then can a pumpkin be put in the preserve thing?
Yeah.
Okay. All right, but these are silver. Never mind.
And I don't have enough of that. I don't. Stuff's bundle. See, we don't have maple syrup yet. That's ridiculous.
Oh, you're making a salad. What kind of salad?
And
Oh, Vulture. Basically, Mono said there's a lot of wind today.
Yeah, there is.
I sent you a vid of angry pokeball. Aww. Angry pokeballs are so cute.
I got an obsidian sword.
I get bullied every morning by this adorable one creature.
Okay, let's aim at this. That one then.
Let's see.
I'm on 91, by the way.
Animal bundle.
I'm enjoying. Ooh, starfish.
Oh no.
Yeah.
Closer, closer. We're not there. Never mind. We're not there. We still gotta do fall and winter.
Oh,
I don't know. I gotta wait for monsters. I'm on a 95.
Energy finally increased.
So we need our pumpkins. Oh, we're not gonna be able to get the greenhouse till next spring because of the dang parsnips.
Yeah, we don't have the parsnips.
We don't have the one parsnip.
We need the parsnips again. We don't need.
That's right.
You don't have to finish the.
No, because we're working on the pumpkins. Remember, we're trying to get the pumpkins instead.
Oh, instead. Okay.
We just need the goat milk and the wool.
We need a regular pumpkin up here too, even not a gold star. So we need 6 pumpkins, and a yam and a thing. You're right.
Yeah, I
keep forgetting.
I heard your like.
Lighting kitty ears. Yes. Okay,
Oh,
because
God.
Momo asked farts so loudly. Oh, are you guys farting?
Always.
Hi.
Yay.
Oh, hello.
Hi.
Lettuce, tomato, cheddar, croutons, ranch dressing, and kind of that
I'll
kind
join
of
you.
salad. Black cat.
Oh, it's just 2.
Some stuff though.
Okay.
It's literally just 2 slimes.
Oh, never mind.
I thought it was a bigger area.
Black cat is. There we go.
Oof.
I think my camera's like
1 speed with the sword.
there, now you can see the ears. Yeah.
Why is there a star on the wood club? There's like a star plus 1 defense, star plus 25.
How's everyone's evening going? Mine is going good. Even though I have a headache, I am feeling better than I did this morning, so that is good. How about you, Momo and Rain? You're being asked how our evening is going.
Oh.
I wanna go
I
home.
requested it. Yes, you did, artist. Thank you. She's being catty with us, Run.
I just realized that I want to go home, and I'm already home.
Yes, you said that.
Cheetah cat ears? Okay, yeah, gotta wait 15 minutes before I can do the cheetah ones.
I've been saying it all day.
Remind me when 15 minutes is up, Turtle. If I'm still here, I might end up, depending on how soon this day ends, I might have to give your things back until next month.
I'm just putting all the shit I don't need into yes.
Oh, we were supposed to do a certain thing in the mine by a certain time, and we can't find that dang thing, can we?
Where are you going?
I'm back down.
Which one?
I'm on 101. It's the monster infested one with like nothing in it.
What did Mono say about that?
Yeah, what thing are y'all looking for in the mine, and what level is it?
Ruby.
Ruby. We have no idea what level it's on, do we?
Wait, oh, I don't have a pickaxe.
There's one in the chest, I think. Okay.
Yes, I probably left it. What did you do?
Monsters.
If there's one on the fucking thing, I'm gonna be mad.
This area is overrun with monsters. There's no one.
Yeah, we were already there.
Oh. There was a diamond up there on the left, but I missed it.
That was the aquamarine.
What's aquamarine? I thought it was diamond.
I'm just gonna get it. It's fine.
That's fine. I don't have very much health.
Here, come here.
Fuck.
Okay, come here.
No, the fucking slime attacked me.
You died. No.
It's
I was
okay.
too
It's
late.
not like I had anything anyway. Thanks, Linus.
Trying to help you.
I lost 800 gold and 2 items.
Oh,
No, I lost my obsidian edge.
No.
You can probably recover it.
You just got it. Damn
You
it.
can probably recover it.
Annoying.
I'm looking. I don't think I'm gonna get the thing. I gotta go.
Well,
Hi,
don't
Fred,
think we don't have to leave at 12 anymore now since we got the cart.
Oh, well, it's 12 now. Oh,
fine.
make some
I
gold
didn't
before
want
we
that
sleep.
sword anyway.
Aw, you did it?
You might be able to get it from, what's his name?
That
Can't you
sarcasm.
recover them at the hospital or something sometimes the next day?
Maybe.
Oh,
I'll
shit,
check
the
with the
preserves are
mayor.
done. Fuck. Let me just quickly.
Okay, there's nothing in there. All the geodes.
Baby boy. You okay now?
Well, I'm just winding down for the evening. I feel that. I'm okay, I guess. How are you? Okay, here, and request yours. And she runs away. Oh! Not yet.
Ooh. So the jam. Wait, did I do it? What?
You probably did it.
Yeah, no, I did it.
Dozed off. Raid woke me up. Oh, no.
You dozed off.
Hey, it's raining. Oh, some items
See?
are placed in lost and found.
There you go.
Okay. Alright, time to go get that shit.
Get your shit.
Remember, the fair starts at
shit.
9 a.m. Oh, no, the fair.
Oh, is that today or tomorrow?
Tomorrow.
Tomorrow. Okay.
Oh, okay, you're good.
I was like, I want my things back, please.
Spirits are displeased today.
Well, that's fine, because they were fucking assholes and took my shit anyway.
Got any tappers?
Let's
Got any
see.
grapes?
Grapes?
Waddle. Cheers, Rain.
Jeez. Louise.
I'm drinking Pepsi now. I didn't used to burp like that with Mountain Dew, but now that I'm drinking Pepsi, I burp like crazy. It's more carbonated than Mountain Dew is. Ooh, there's a new thing down there. What's the new thing?
New thing?
So Robin wants 1,000 pieces of stone in a week, or
Sometimes I try to sleep peacefully, but this one person spams my phone. Oh, geez.
midnight.
Oh, it'll take time for me to go home. Hopefully you are here when I get back.
Carp, so.
I probably won't be, artist. Good luck.
Do you think we can manage 1,000 stone in a week?
What?
No, because we can't even get stone I need to craft anything. And we'd probably need that for preserve jars more than we need it for
Alright.
that.
Well, I have no idea where to get midnight carp, but we'll figure it out.
There's usually a map.
Yeah.
Too.
I can find it. Where's select? Oh, cool. We got the no, they did not give me my sword back, but they did give us the stuff that was incomplete for the delivery.
Wait, did Rose pick up her axe or a pickaxe before she logged off?
I'm pretty sure she put it back into a thing.
No, I have it.
Sure.
I have.
You do?
Oh, I mean from Clint's.
No, I'm the one that has it at Clint's.
Oh, okay, cool.
Not her. I have Clint's and I have the steel one. I have both happening. We're good.
I was gonna say, like, we can retrieve her stuff from the thing, so.
Burper
That
has
is nice,
to say,
though. Like, you
I'm
can go to the
sorry
mayor's
from the bottom of my heart. If I came
grab
out
things
of the
from
other
their
end,
pockets.
it wouldn't be. Oh my god, the apart. The midnight train, of course. Oh jeez.
I don't think I can find a midnight carp on a midnight train. But I'm sure I could find Journey.
So, Mona, you want to do make it into iron?
What is it?
You have the bronze one now, right?
Already. Oh no, it's being made. He has it. Clint has it.
Can I put these?
Lynn has it. He's working on it. He hasn't told me it's ready yet.
Oh, I messed up the fish.
And then we can turn it to iron next. We can just let him keep it, you know.
Midnight train.
Midnight carp. How do I catch one? Like,
okay, I think I did them all.
What are you doing, Rain?
Oh, I don't know. What happened? Oh, goody, yes, we have goats and cows.
We still need the ruby, right?
Nope.
Oh, you didn't?
We didn't make it.
Oh, fuck.
It's okay.
Do you get your stuff back when you don't make it?
Yep.
That
yes.
sucks.
Yeah, I just picked it up.
Oh, okay.
That was what was in the lost and found.
I got the hiccups. Damn it.
Oh,
gross.
Yeah.
I'm having the hiccups. That's not gross.
Stop it.
Yeah. Goody. I still need to reach the bottom of the mine, so here I go.
There's only more goats or more.
I didn't bring food. I didn't bring food.
Wow. Well, goats are expensive. We could do cows.
I don't have food. Oh, fuck. Well, we're gonna try anyway. No, we shouldn't. Don't want to do a rain.
Okay, I need a cow name. Chat. A friend who streamed Dwarven goats. They got 24 plus little babies, so furry and cute. Oh,
yeah, he watches a goat streamer. It's cute.
That sounds so cute. Mulita. Okay, got it. Matilda? Oh, it's Matilda. Matilda.
I like it.
Matilda. Okay. And then... Alright, do I have room? I do. Okay, I need one more. Anybody else in chat get a cow name?
What the fuck?
Yeah. The flame bat.
Look, catch. I need another cow name, chat. Hook me up. Gonna make this a full barn until we upgrade. Might as well.
Another cow name.
We can't hatch cows, so.
Bartholomew.
It's another cow?
Bartholomew.
Mm-hmm.
Filet.
Spell it.
Oh no.
F-I-L-E-T.
Filet mignon. Mignon.
Yeah, because we can't get any new animals until we get the next size barn, so I might as well fill it up.
Oh look, I got a walleye. I didn't need it. But hey, it's a purple star.
Moodana? Oh no, that would have been good too. Moodana. Moodana.
Moodana.
Stop pressing the button, Momo.
Press all my buttons.
Oh my. Not sure I'm gonna make. How many levels do I have to go down before I reach the end?
20.
20? Yeah, no, I'm not gonna make that.
120 is the bottom.
Never mind. Getting back out after I got this gold.
What are you on now?
102. And I'm nearly dead.
Yeah, it gets harder and harder.
Yeah, it works better if you go in pairs at some point.
Yeah. Did any of you do it yet?
Do what?
I haven't made it past 102.
I hadn't made it past 100, so I think. I don't know.
No, you came down to 102 at one point, and then
Did
I died.
Oh, that's right, you died.
Yeah.
And I grabbed things and ran away.
Are there any berries left? Or
Tyrant has been caught. Sirloin. We do have sirloin. We didn't spell it that way, but we have sirloin.
To eat as well. Oh, what the fuck is that? What the fuck are these monsters?
Which ones?
The mask.
Oh, I don't remember what they're called.
Collected a random houseplant from
out of here.
chopping down a tree. Chopping down a tree gave me a random houseplant. Who knew?
Voodoo, wonderful black magic.
I actually should probably fish up closer to the mine entrance. Oh, the midnight carp isn't available until like 10 p.m. to 2 a.m.
Oh,
so,
right.
Yeah. I figure I might as well fish closer to the mine entrance.
Where do you catch it? Because I can help later.
I'm in the forest where I'm at, up by the mountain lake.
Yes.
By the mines.
Yeah, okay. I can help.
Yeah, this lake.
So we had more time in the day.
I'm just fishing right now. Might as well.
I miss being able to pause time.
Oh,
be very helpful.
But I get it. That's kind of cheating. Blue button vest.
Midnight carp.
I keep getting things like clothes and houseplants and crap like that for chopping down trees.
Why are you chopping down trees?
Because I need all the wood and the stone. Make more preserve jars. Maximize our crop monetary value.
What's up, Chub?
Gotta keep increasing that income so we can expand our barns again.
I nearly done all the forest.
I see that. Getting the trees that are left.
I was really hoping for it first try.
Just don't start singing. It could hold time in a bottle. Oh no.
You can check out anytime you like, but you can never leave.
If I catch one more chub, I swear to fucking God.
I'm just catching walleye.
What is this?
The one time I don't want to catch any type of carp. Or the one time I want to. It's not letting me. Yeah, okay. Well, let's do this.
I got a bull here.
And we need 10 of them too.
This.
Really?
11:20.
No, not bullhead. Midnight carp.
Got these grapes or blackberries. Blackberries.
There's Bubbles right next to you.
There is.
Bubbles the fish.
No.
Bubbles.
That's not the carp I needed. Oh shit.
Got all the trees but 3. What is that? Only a master of 5 ways may enter? What the hell?
I didn't get a...
Master of 5 ways?
Pretty sure that's all the...
Job.
Oh, this one's a little speedier.
I see it.
Oh my God, 1. Okay.
1240.
Fuck yeah. 1 of 10.
Oh my God, no, this is 1 too.
1240. 1240.
Trying
it's not
my
like
best.
super speedy.
Yep. Stay down. Stay down, please. Stay down. No!
It's okay, we got time. It's okay.
It's 110.
Gotta jump. Hey! Yay! Okay, we can go home now.
Oh shit, we do.
That's why I went to my.
Smart.
Alright, so we got
Time to
2
go
of
to
the 10.
sleep.
They both count?
Kitty, move! Oh my god, the cat won't let me in the house. I swear,
Yeah.
cat.
Oh shit!
The cat won't let us in the house.
We should have stayed inside. Now we have.
I did. But the cat wouldn't move. The cat wouldn't move out of the doorway. He sabotaged
You just
us.
have to, like, force it. I forced it.
I did.
got to bed.
I did. It didn't work.
I didn't force it enough.
I didn't kick the cat. You
Well,
guys.
you have to kick it.
Only 5 ways.
Alright.
Kicking
So we gotta make sure that we grab good quality
Last
things.
day. Last day.
We have wine. Oh, pumpkins.
Let's do this event thingy. Did we get gold pumpkins, Mama?
All the superiors. Wait, we just grabbed the
Yep.
superiors.
I
We
have
three
a
gold pumpkins.
purple
Tea.
walleye and a purple chub.
There's purple.
Hazelnut.
A lot of fish.
seeds.
We have the purple sea cucumber thing.
Oh, we got the maple for the thingamajig. Don't make sure that's for the community
So we
center.
have
Make sure
6 of the 9 items, and they're mostly fish, but they're purple.
Yeah, all the purple.
But yeah, that
cool.
thing you just got, Rain, community center item.
What?
It's the thing you just picked it, or yeah, it's a community center item.
The maple syrup.
And
we need 1 more gold pumpkin.
And I got a bottle of wine for the community center too.
Yeah. Alright, well, we can't go to town right now.
I might want to, I kind of want to drink it. Yeah, you can go to the community center if you go north.
No, because it's part of town.
No, it doesn't. Not if you go north first. You can sneak around it.
I think you're lying.
No, I'm not. I'm telling you, you can go that way. I always go that way.
Do we sell all the pumpkins? Like not the gold ones?
No. You only sell the silver, just like we do everything else.
Okay. Because they're just
I'm gonna tell you, it's
so...
the festival day, it's not gonna happen.
Yeah, well.
Today's festival is being set up. Come back later.
Which festival is it that blocks the thing?
It's the fall. The Grange, the one where we put our fancy stuff in. Oh look, it started though.
Oh,
usually
shit.
let's be go.
How much stuff did we already bring?
I have 6 of 9.
Okay, so I'm looking for other iridium stuff we might have.
Yeah. If not, we can go with gold.
Did we get any iridium cow stuff?
Yeah, I can give you a cheese. Here, I'll put it in this first chest. Oh, not iridium, it's gold. But I should have saved iridium milk, but I didn't think about it.
Yep.
Did you get at it?
We'll
Because I was
take
getting
whatever's the
iridium
best.
milk.
Yeah, well, there's just goldfish then. Maybe some veggies? Let me check.
I don't know if we
There we go.
iridium ones, but...
I might want to see a doctor about that purple shop, especially after 4 hours. Oh my god, I just now saw that.
Does it matter what it is, or is it just a gold thing?
No, I don't think it really matters. I think we'll be okay.
And there is...
I'm
I'm
just
seeing...
bringing random gold stuff.
Hey, let me go check the cows. I haven't checked the cows yet. There could be iridium. They may have produced one.
What time can we go to the festival?
It is currently 11 a.m. and I'm waiting, so.
Yeah, no, that's not what I asked.
I don't know. Fall festival.
Where do we need to go, by the way? Town?
Yeah.
Come on, cows.
The Valley Fair is on the 16th, between 9 and 3.
Okay, before 3, we need to get there, Mono.
Okay, I can do that.
We are watering crops, right? Our Mona's doing the
animal thing. I'm gonna get a thing. I'm gonna get us a Meridian thing. Hold on. Come on, baby. We need some Iridium animal products. Who's gonna be my special cow?
You wanna be my special cow? Prime beef.
Mulita is too young. Okay.
Matilda?
Yeah, Matilda. I keep calling her Mulita. I don't know.
And Filet is too young too.
Yeah, stop milking the grass. And
anything?
Hold on.
Anything good?
And then I think I gotta go back
I think
and
you're
try.
milking the freaking grass, man.
Grass. It's annoying. Okay, alright, let's see what we got. We got a purple! Yes!
Yeah. So
Okay.
now we
Let's
have
go.
some purple.
I won't make cheese today. I'm just gonna
you
run.
got 2 purple milks in there.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, we need to go now, though.
Yep.
Yeah, I'm just gonna run. I'll do inventory later.
Yeah, we have big bags.
Mm-hmm.
Cheese, indeed, Vulture. Cheese.
Iridium purple milk.
I need to pee.
I'm proud of myself.
Excuse me while I go put our fish up.
Oh, right, this is the star token one.
Yeah.
Okay, you put all the iridium stuff there. I have some gold ones.
Okay.
Oh. How
It's
do I
over
put
here.
it here?
It's over here. I was in it.
Right click it.
It's this one. This one here.
I was in it. Oh, only one person can be in it at a
Yeah.
time.
I was
Oh.
putting all the
So
things
just
in.
one. What else do we put in there besides
I
those
have gold
things?
stuff. So put all the iridium stuff you have, and then.
You want both gold milks in there or no? Because I think it should be 9 different
Are they
things,
gold
right?
or are they iridium?
I mean iridium.
Oh, I don't know if it counts if you have 2 iridium.
Yeah, I think you would have different items. Yes,
I'll
more
just,
cheese.
I'll just put corn and squash.
Go.
Yeah?
Mhm.
Corn and
Go for it.
squash, gold?
Yeah.
Yeah. Go for it.
Okay. I'm quickly gonna go to the toilet because I can't.
Go.
I
We
was
got time.
racing. I was racing.
I want to check the trash cans so bad. It won't let me. Petting zoo. Moo. A hen pecked my
I'm gonna
little
play the fishing
finger.
game.
This is actually one of the best festivals, in my opinion, because you can do so much, but orange or green? It's always green, right? Or always orange? Remember, green.
It's mostly green.
I don't think I have any money. Don't you have to go get money? I'm
No.
mine and get my star thing. Don't you have to buy tokens or something?
No.
Then how do you play? If you have nothing to bet.
Yeah, you have to go to the other games
That's what I thought.
first.
Mm.
You're special.
I'm doing the fishing game.
I hate the fishing game.
I know you do. I'm fairly decent at it, so.
Who the fuck is this?
Lumberjack.
Oh, it's a Taurus.
Try. Oh, that was bad.
Hi there.
Prairie dog.
Yeah.
Let's go. Dang it. I was special once. It was awful.
Oh, Vulture. I don't even have to look.
Oh, that was closer.
That
Strength
is you.
level gorilla.
I didn't even have to look in chat, Vulture.
Ah.
It's fun when you know your viewers.
Yeah.
Dang it. Dang
Holy
it.
crap.
Gym teacher.
Fish.
What is this one?
How many do we need for the star fruit? That was a star fruit, right?
You can't win tokens, can you? Is that how you guys are doing it?
I have 420 tokens now.
Why can't
Dang.
I play? Why can't?
Is it because I'm playing?
Play.
No, I can't.
I don't think
It's
so.
okay. It just was gray, but I had to click it.
Hmm?
For me, it's the easiest one to play.
For
But
me,
this way
it's
to
not.
get
I forget how to do this one.
I got no clue. I can't help you with that one. I suck at that one.
I used to be really good at it, but I forgot the trick. I'm terrible right now.
Shooting game? Alright.
Yeah.
I think this fishing game is how I got my practice.
How many points do we need?
At least 100, I think.
You're back?
Okay.
Welcome back.
Oh, I have no idea how many tokens. I don't remember.
It's time to go. Artist is here. Okay, let's see if I get tokens.
It might be 2,000.
Oh, jeez.
Try harder.
That's why you do the what?
The fishing game, because I can get the most stars.
Oh, shit. What kind of devilfish are you?
Probably catfish.
Yeah, I don't have it.
Didn't get it. Does it matter what kind of fish you catch?
No, I don't think so.
There.
Can we keep the fish?
No, it doesn't let us keep the fish.
Sad.
I know.
Let's see. No.
Yay, 178 points.
Oh yeah, 233.
Oh, no, it's 416 because I got perfection bonus. I got 504 star tokens for one play.
Do I only have
Yeah.
one?
I have a total of 1,556 now.
Why is it not working?
I'm pretty sure it's 2,000 stars.
I'm just gonna check. It's 2,000. Yeah, we all need 2,000 before we can stop doing this.
Oh, yeah, I hate that. I forgot about that.
Because the more you have them as perfection, the more points you get, so.
I'm gonna try the shooting game.
I didn't do.
Oh, Jesus. I forgot.
I'm Googling it.
They added purple ones?
Green, okay.
Or were they
I thought so.
already there?
What?
To the shooting game. The purple...
Oh yeah, those
nuggets.
have always been there.
Oh.
They're worth
Look.
more.
Yep.
Ooh. Oh, it's lost this one. Oh, we're going to those.
Yeah, I'm like, I got accuracy 69. You burned his butt. 64 stars. I'm going back to fishing.
Yeah. See? You get way more when you fish.
Yeah. Oh, and they're also selling star tokens. 50 a piece.
Yeah.
I can gamble too, of course.
Yeah, I don't like gambling. I never
do.
win.
That's the only way you get it.
Yeah, we know you like
Hey,
to gamble,
Turtle.
Lana.
Oh, licking myself.
If I didn't get much in points that time. Oof. Yeah, that was not great.
Oh, what the heck? Did he change the chances on the wheel? I hope not.
He might have.
What? Did you lose everything?
Not yet.
Rar yourself. Remember, that's loot. I'm just cleaning myself. Like a cat.
Are you okay? She got sick.
No, what the hell? I think he changed it.
Oh no. What happened?
Like, it used to always be green, had 75% chance.
Now it's a true 50-50.
That or it's orange now.
I wouldn't put it past them to change it over to orange. It would be a concerned ape thing to do, I think. Always keeping us on our toes.
Yeah. God. It's gonna keep messing with me. I'm gonna have nothing left.
Just come over here and fish.
I can't fish. I'm telling you, I don't even have a good pole.
Get a basic
I
pole
have
with this one.
the basic pole. It works.
It only lets you use the basic pole anyway.
Yeah, because this is rigged now. He messed it up. Okay, I'll fish, but I'm not gonna have any left.
It just costs 50 gold to play anyway.
Oh, dang it.
There was sauce on my hand.
Why is it doing that? Okay. It's not letting me do my chi method.
Just licking my fingers. There.
Hey, fishing.
Same. I'm getting better at it now, though. Just do small clicks.
Well, if you have a better pole, it really helps.
I still have the basic pole.
Me too. That's the problem. Because once you get better at it, you're green.
Anyway, Rain said.
Huh?
No, yeah, you just get your basic.
It's the basic pole here in this game, anyway.
Mm-hmm.
I'm a splash, you vulture. Achoo.
No, fishy. Oh, no. Oh, my. Mama.
What does the strength game do? Oh, hello, Mono.
I think you have to get like a top one. And then...
You have to get the perfect score to get that. Stop bouncing.
Motherfucker.
Ugh.
Oh, geez, why do I get a walleye as the last one? That's just mean.
I'm sure it's a walleye. It's probably a catfish.
Or a catfish, I mean, sorry. Okay. I'm at a
972. It's gonna take me if I don't leave with consent. No!
Oh my goodness, Mono.
Run.
I ran away.
Mono, just a tip. As soon as you see the fish that moves too fast, just don't try. Because
did you guys already get the 2000 already?
No, I'm at 900.
No, I haven't gotten it.
But yeah, just don't try anymore. Then the timer, you know, you get more time with the timer after. There's some pretty easy fishies in this pond, I suppose. need to do the thing, Vulture.
Who? Uh-oh, what thing? I'm scared.
You're special.
Oh.
Does it help to like change your mouse sensitivity or anything?
No.
Didn't think so.
Stop trying to catch a
yeah.
Momo.
Yeah.
No, I'm stuck myself.
Me too. I had the fast one at the same time.
There did the thing. No poking. Yeah, this was a bad.
Yeah. Perks the murmur. They did the thing. Oh no, murmur.
Murmur. Yeah, they call me murmur. Not Momo, but murmur.
This is gonna take all day.
We can do it. I feel it. I'm at 1,000 now.
I want to go to bed.
We can't share it.
I'm honestly not worried about it, I think.
I am. I want my shit.
Same. I am getting that star fruit one way or another.
I used to always do the gambling thing. I don't know why it was not working.
Maybe Google
That's
it?
always the way I've done it. I did, but...
That hasn't changed. It's just being mean to us. Motherfucker!
Bite. Ooh, you got bit, Momo.
No! I need to
I forgot that I was pointing the wrong way.
I don't have to.
Oh, the sound command isn't going off. I just realized that. I bet it broke. For the run. Did it go off when you ran? Or you didn't run? You licked me instead.
I wanted to run, but I don't have it set up on my stream deck.
Oh, you don't have. Oh. So you weren't able to just hit the button.
Mm-hmm. And I'm
There you go.
patient, so.
I gambled a little bit, now I'm good.
Yeah?
Yeah, so I usually try to make sure I get all of the stars that I need, or most of them, and then try and gamble it. Oh, you can spend 1,000 tokens, or yeah, for prize ticket.
For what?
It's a prize ticket for the mayor thing.
Go get your fishing on, Rain.
I already got my star drop. Now to get my damn thing.
I need like 800
I
more.
ate my paint chips.
Your paint chips?
Yeah, that's what my star drop tastes like. Paint chips.
Mono doing the gambling again. Mono.
I'm like, screw it. I'm not fishing to 2,000. I'm not doing it.
Oh, you got it.
Mm-hmm.
What did you get?
I'm at 400 now. It doubles your money, or it helps your money.
Do it?
A little bit.
You motherfucking cat.
I just feel like it's faster when it works.
Trying.
Let's just go for it.
I'm not trying for the catfish. Fuck off, catfish.
I'm doing it.
I'm not. It's wasting my time that I can spend on getting other
Yeah,
fish.
I'd rather waste the time. I don't give a shit.
I don't, because I'm not as good at fishing. I mean, the perfect bonus is much better than trying to catch the...
That's fair.
Ugh.
See, I just got 223 perfect bonus. So I got 500 star tokens in one go.
Yeah.
I just need 300 more. Where'd you go? Oh, vulture. No sleep-ins.
Hi, baby. My scared baby boy. You just
And
approve
then
everything.
Special.
No.
I love it when you don't expect it. It's the best.
That was
By the
not.
way, when I started stream, you got me so hard.
I
Oh, jeez.
forget that it goes off automatically for you too.
Yeah, it does. As soon as you chat.
No, he changed it so bad. It's not. It's definitely not 75%. Just
He must have randomized it more.
probably. So I'm gonna have to stick with just doing.
I've never had this much luck with the fishing game either, so I have a feeling it's easier.
I feel like the fishing game is better than it used to be, but still, you were so little.
I mean, it's 500 to go if you're okay at it.
Pika hat? Okay, I got you. I'm not good enough to get 500, I think.
It's occasionally for me. Sometimes it's 200. It's better than 50 ago.
I'm a happy cuddle butt.
No sleeps.
He's not scared.
See, now I got 156. So it's not always that I get a good score.
Oh, I forgot to do your ears, turtle. Dang it. You didn't remind me.
There.
I'll just refund your thing.
Yeah, wear them both.
Oh. You forgot. Yeah, I got it sitting right here.
How dare you, Mono?
How dare I what? Do it this way? Oh, or forget his ears, yeah. I'm hungry again. I'm not eating this late though.
I just had a bunch of potato chips. I shouldn't have, but
My plan was to go to bed at 9, and you can see where I'm at. I was like, I'll stream early, and I'll go to bed early.
Yeah.
And it's Stardew. It never happens.
Nah. I don't know what time it is either.
it's like 11 for you guys?
Not for me.
For Mono? Oh, it's 10. Oh, you're fine.
Okay, so it's 9 o'clock here.
Just eat a little cheese. Just to pick a cat ears as well. Cheese is yummy.
I love cheese. I had a cheeseburger today.
How much money you guys at?
I'm almost at 1,000. 2,000.
Trying.
Almost 2,000. You trying for the ticket?
Yeah.
8:56 p.m. That's not bad. You were lucky.
Same as
1,000.
Rain.
Hey.
Nice. Now fish the rest. Don't do it.
No, I can't fish. Get that
I'm at
mess.
300 now. Woohoo!
I'm back for a little bit. Welcome back.
I'm first gonna buy the thing.
Yeah. So we can only get one prize ticket each, so.
Oh, each?
Yeah.
Damn! Let's see what mine tastes like.
And then we can have the mayor judge us.
Oh, it reminds me of dumplings again. Wait, it's the thing.
Yeah.
Oh, right. I put in.
That's why I made mine paint chips, because I thought it was fucking hilarious.
Let me try.
Rain and her paint chips.
Orange. I want to bet 50.
Green is the still top tier.
Yay! Look at me.
I just do like 100 at a time right now.
Yeah, you get 1 star, by the way.
Unless I get orange, and then I immediately do more the next round. Posture check? Yeah, I'm sitting here slouching as you request that. Resting on my hand. Let's be bold. Please be green.
Okay, I won 2 times in a row, but...
Posture check.
Yeah, it's okay.
Just gonna play one more fishing game.
Yeah.
It was
That
1,000,
145?
Yep. So, Mono, you need 3,000 total.
3,000? I thought it was 2.
Yeah, if you want... Yeah, it's 2 for the star drop, but you should get the prize ticket too, which is 1,000.
What prizes you get?
Yes.
It's for the one in the mayor's office.
Yeah.
Oh, I've never done one of those yet.
Yeah, see? Exactly. I think the next one is mixed seeds, and then...
What? Mixed seeds is a bust.
Yeah, but it's still helpful. And then there's... I want to say...
Oh, you guys can't even see the money amount because my head's in the way.
Yeah, it's okay. I can see at the bottom.
Bottom?
Our little faces are on the bottom left.
Oh, and it shows our tickets?
Yep.
Oh.
Oh, it does.
Yeah, I'm at 17 because I spent all mine.
What did you get?
My star drop and my thing.
Okay.
I see that now. Drink water.
The cheapest thing they have is 100.
No! So frustrated.
I think the first time I did this, I did it with shooting game most of the time.
Yeah. That's what I'm doing. I gotta get to 3,000 stars. If you look at the bottom left, you'll see I'm at 1,103, and I need 3,000.
Trying to get the perfect fish, come on.
It just takes forever.
Perfect.
Nope, that's a fucker. I don't want the fucker.
Here, baby.
There is a fair. It's a fall festival, and there's different mini games, and this just happens to be the mini game I'm the best at. There's a strength challenge, a fishing challenge.
Why do I get 2 catfish in one round? That's just mean, man.
Yeah, it's awful. Hi, baby.
We're gonna go for 200 again. I'm gonna hate myself for it.
I wonder, Mono, you might be better fishing if you use C. Letter C.
Oh, yeah.
Maybe.
You can try.
Yay! Back to 1-5.
The Poke the Murmur challenge.
A 3rd time for a catfish? What the fuck? That's the first time I've had this.
Fishing is annoying in my opinion. Yeah, it's hard.
How dare you, Vulture? No Poke the Murmur challenge. No. Oh, that was so mean. I caught a fish right on time, but then it still cut me off. 96.
I can't believe Rain got it that fast.
Got all the dare you two? Fuck. Splash myself.
Oof, autocomplete. I dare.
What the hell? I'm just targeting myself. There, Crowley, you get the hug. It's a wet hug, though, because I splashed and licked myself. No, Momo, don't go for the catfish. Fuck the catfish. Yes, good. Ew, a wet hug. You'll get one too, Vulture. I'll get you one day. Oh, it's Mona now. Smell like wet dog.
More like wet cat. Or should I say wet pussy?
Oh no.
Oh shit, I nearly spat out my drink, man.
Which cheek? The left one. Top half.
Lower left.
I keep hugging myself. I can't hug anybody else, apparently. There! Finally hugged Crowley. Oh, God, please. Thanks for burning my booty.
You're welcome.
Okay, I need 100 more. Let me try this one first.
You only get one for that guy. It's not worth it.
Oh. What else is there?
Gamble.
Shooting.
What about the
For the gamble.
The lady that predicts stuff? What does that do?
Did it break?
I don't know.
Does it keep on going? Oh no, it doesn't.
No.
What about the lady?
It's only 100 gold for her to.
What does it do? Is it just bullshit? Or does it give you
Takes
something?
forever. And ever and ever. Because I lose my patience and I do 200 instead of 100. And then I get behind again.
Well, according to her, I'm really good friends with Linus, and I might be a heartbreaker.
But if you just do 100 every time, you'll get there.
More good with him.
Faster, I think.
And what?
Because.
So she told me that I'm really good friends
Unless
with
you're like
Linus.
super random doing all.
And I might be a heartbreaker because there's a bunch of people that apparently I'm equal friends with.
All right.
And then also there's a big fish on the end of my line on the beach. And that's it.
I'll catch.
Funny.
Okay.
Ghastly. Yes.
I'm just talking about the angler.
You know what?
Or the legend.
Time. Nut.
No, you only need 1,000 more.
Beep. There you go. I got it.
I got it.
Yay!
Fuck you.
Right?
Oh, three of you guys call Ghastly. Turtle. Artist game.
Price ticket.
I'm still debating between romancing Abigail or Emily in my solo
You
game.
didn't get the rare crow?
Hard choice.
We need the rare crow.
Well, then get him.
It's from Howl. It's Howl's Moving Castle.
Yeah, get him.
I'm trying.
He's only 100.
Wait, no, he's 800.
Oh, is he? I
I
thought
need
he
more
was
money.
100.
Instantly the other catfish. Fuck.
Are we out of
Right,
money?
He was 100. It was
No,
the sunflowers that were 100.
We have enough money. We have like 20,000.
Yeah. Yeah, we're good.
So close. I'm getting there.
If only I could remote over and do your game for you. Like if I could remote desktop
and fish.
I could do it for you.
All right.
Oh, good.
Be hilarious.
Think it's there. Oh.
I'm gonna get the rare. How dare you want a Haley hair crow, but not... How dare. Not this special
I don't think it... So is the prize ticket new? Because I was going to say, I don't remember buying prize tickets before.
Yes,
it's new because the
part
whole
of the
thing is
update.
new. The whole prize ticket thing is new, so...
Mm-hmm.
I think it's a fun update.
Mm.
Don't you dare go down.
1, 2, 3.
Fuck you, Fesh. Fuck you. Come on.
I'm mess up in a minute.
Ooh, just in time. Please, this would be it. Oh, fuck. Still not there.
I would have died had you done that 1100.
I know, right?
Oh god, you almost put in 1100?
A couple times, actually, because it does the 1 for you automatically.
Oh no.
So when I try to type in 100, sometimes it doesn't. It's cheating.
Gotcha, bitch.
I think you're better off trying to fish.
Hey, I made it to 2,000. The fishing only got like 100 and something. Bite. Mama Ro got bit.
I need to run.
Run.
Why did my save like
Green.
Right. Extra nozzles bounces on you. You so warm.
Oh my god.
Yep.
The sound clip on Kaylin's stream, I fucking find it hilarious.
Run.
Yeah, my friend Kaylin. Uh-huh. Got a lot of meme song things on there. Great.
In there.
Channel?
Mm-mm. No.
Oh.
No, she's a VTuber though.
Let's go.
And she has been a VTuber recently.
I got a bitch.
Yeah.
Oh.
You're so close, Mono.
Mm-hmm.
You can do it.
Did you
Wait,
get your
why
star
is
trap
there
already?
left?
17?
No, 2,700 it says. 2,800. Oh, that's Mono.
No, that's Mono.
You're really
I'm on the
close,
bottom.
Mono.
So did you get the star drop and the other thing already, Mama?
And I got an extra thing too. I got the
She got her rare
I like the sound effect for that command. Right? So you need an extra 100
Oh
for
yeah,
what?
she was a wet pussy earlier. Of course she's close.
I lose.
I'm just gonna gamble it all.
I hear nothing.
Oh yeah, that's a great way to use the last bits.
Oh.
What did you buy extra on top of the 3,000?
The rare crow. I wanted
Oh.
turnip head. Oh no, the ticket. No, just the ticket and a rare crow. And then the, yeah.
God dang it, I won.
Me too.
Okay. Alright. So I go to the shoppy person and buy the star drop and see what it tastes like.
Ticket. And then whatever else you want.
Star drop! I need this!
Yay, I lost them all. I got none.
Oh, I won again.
Yay!
Well,
You found a star drop. Your mind is filled with thoughts of pizza. Your maximum energy levels increased. Pizza!
Okay, you're 44 left.
There we go. I have 44 left.
And then what do you do with the 1,000 you buy it there too?
The prize ticket.
Prize ticket. Yes. And then the only thing else is left is like dried seeds and
Yeah, but we don't need those. And we have our rare crow. Mama bought it, so.
I bought the rare crow. So.
I've got dried flowers.
Now just go gamble everything away.
I'm gonna reap my fortune.
Okay.
Ah, I see you in the saloon, surrounded by friends.
Now you can try and
Doesn't
gamble it away
seem
completely.
like you have any favorites. You're popular with everyone. Oh, it's dark, and I see you, and a certain young man. He looks a little bashful. Sebastian? But happy to be with you. Now what's this young man's name? I believe it starts with an S.
Might be Sebastian.
All of it.
Moved on.
5-3. All of it.
Ripe melon. Ew. You're on a wonderful-looking farm bursting with life. The crystal ball has gone dim. That's all I can do for you, young one. Now just keep in mind.
Oh yeah.
The future isn't set in stone.
Mono should definitely go get her fortune read too.
Yeah.
Oh, how much is that?
It's 100 gold.
Okay, gold, not the things. Okay.
Yeah, it's not stars. Gamble it all away.
Trying. I'm failing at it.
Now she's winning.
Right? When she doesn't want to.
Eh? I think I'm just gonna go buy that flower thing.
Damn it, I won more too.
I'm just gonna go buy the flower thing.
I did the same. And don't forget your fortune.
And the fortune teller is down where?
Jeez, the red tent and the last red tent. It's here, there. The cemetery.
They'll start up and see.
Hey.
Cemetery. Ooh.
Yeah, near the sewer entrance. The sewer entrance. All the way down.
Oh, way down here.
Yep. I won again?
Read my fortune.
You don't need to stop cheating
Yes.
and winning.
It's Linus's birthday. He thought everyone forgot, but then you showed up with a nice gift. What a good friend.
Yeah, that sounds about right.
Oh, it's dark, and I see you and a certain young man. He looks a little bashful, but happy to be with you. Now, what's this young man's name? I believe it starts with an S. What? Is it Shane or Sebastian? They both.
Or is it Sam?
Or is it Sam? Oh my god. The crystal ball has been moved on. Now I see you're harvesting a plump, ripe melon. You're on a wonderful looking farm bursting with life.
Okay, so you guys had the same thing.
Now keep in mind that the future isn't set in stone. Whatever I've told you today can still be changed if you set your heart. They all start with us. Shut up, turtle. Yes, Mono. Oh no.
Alright, gamble the things away.
Yeah,
I
did.
tried.
Like 700, so.
Should we talk to the mayor?
Probably, because it's not going to let me get rid of 112. I'm going to win. How much you want to bet?
Yep, doubled it again.
Well, if you do orange, you'd probably lose.
This is true. Alright, let's try that.
Like,
Orange.
I'm going all in the whole
224.
Yeah.
Orange. Yeah, me too.
I did orange too. I'm losing. Yeah, I lost everything. 0.
Yay!
Yay! We zeroed out.
Okay, now to the mayor.
Where is he? There he is.
Yeah, no, that's it.
I know it's the big day, our most important festival of the year, the Stardew Valley Fair. If you'd like to participate by setting up a garage display, I've left an empty stand for you. Just let me know after you've set up everything so we can get to it. The judging. Alright, we're all set. Are you all finished?
Soup.
Yes, please judge us. Judge us fairly. Judge us fairly, dear sir. Is he thinking about it? I thought he walks up to it and looks at it.
Oh, you have to talk to him again.
I did.
Oh,
he's stuck because of you! Panda. I'm feeling a little refreshed here with that splashing moment.
Momo.
What?
Momo, you're
in the way.
What?
Good Lord. Fixer gets licked. Boop. Crowley gets booped. I splash myself. And Lady Rain gets the kiss on the cheek. Who gets the hug? Momo! Hello, cats. But I can't hear it.
What's the
Happens a
result?
lot. Grand display, Louis Fruit. Let's see. Congratulations, you won first place! A rating of 96. Not bad. So if we would have been all purple, we would have been
Almost 100.
1,000 star
Hey,
tokens.
we got
Spend them
achievements.
like.
Talk to
I
him,
didn't
Momo.
know you got star
We got an
tokens for
achievement.
that.
We got star tokens.
Run.
Alright, time to gamble away.
No, you can buy the seeds. You can buy the seeds for the
Yeah. Yes. Bye. Mixed
Make
seeds?
sure you
Okay.
go talk to him. Momo, you have to go talk to him. Why do I
Go buy
want
mixed seeds.
Blue
Why not?
ribbon.
We can plant them.
That's fair.
Especially when we get automated sprinklers or something down the road, you know, better ones. We can just, like, if we have
Yeah.
tons of those mixed seeds, we could just, like, let them go.
Fair.
Could've gotten a
It'll
fedora.
also help with our foraging too, because it's all foraging stuff.
Oh, yep.
Redeemed
Did it.
purple cat ears.
Yay.
See. Purple.
Okay, Jack.
Why do I have milk above my head?
Because that was probably the thing in your pocket.
Did we?
There we
win
go.
anything? I don't think we
Purple
did.
ears.
Probably not.
No,
Oh, yeah,
it
we
was.
did. Oh, no,
Nope.
not all of it.
No,
Let's
'cause time
try
is up.
to. Oh, we didn't pick up our stuff
Or
Oh,
stuff.
fuck.
from the display. You're allowed to pick it up afterwards and take it back with
I
you.
forgot.
No, really?
Yeah,
Yeah,
Well,
I
guess we're
completely
doing
forgot
over.
about
No, I'm
it.
kidding.
we left it off.
It's okay. We'll catch more.
We could sow some seeds we have.
All that uridium
Or
product.
did we get
I tell you.
pumpkins? No, right?
Uh,
We did all the pumpkins already, right?
we already planted the pumpkins. I'm
Mhm.
putting those mixed seeds in the thing.
Me too.
Oh, I need to
mixed
put
seeds.
the watering can back.
And I gotta go put this dang milk bucket back that I keep forgetting to put where it goes. Kawaii! Thank you.
That's fine.
And don't forget to put your stuff where you want it for reset, for going to sleep and being last game or last day.
Mister, I want to put turnip head next to my house.
Whoop-a-doo.
That's some fucking bullshit.
What?
What? That
You
we forgot
caught-
that
You're
they...
the only one who caught the Pokemon.
Me?
Oh.
Yeah.
Mama.
Yes.
Mama caught the Zoroark. How do you say his name?
Multiple.
Zoroark.
Yeah, I don't want to use it.
Flowers in here. We're gonna just put everything green in my house. Be all green stuff.
Oh wait, there's.
Gotta remember to do something with that ticket.
Yeah, we're gonna use it tomorrow. Get all the things.
See.
Well,
Yeah, blue enough
next
shirt.
time we play.
No, we're stopping.
Yeah. I gotta go to work tomorrow, and yeah.
You're special.
I kind of called out sick today because I wasn't feeling good, so I really should have gone to bed like a couple hours ago because I've had a headache the whole time.
Oh no, bedtime.
That today. Oh yeah. I just went outside instead. Go to bed! Take your tickets with you! You're special. You guys are special. Oh! Void! Void chickens!
Yeah.
Oh my god! Thank you! The little witchy poo gave us a special name.
Yeah.
Yes! Special event.
Void
Oh, that's a good way to.
Level 6 farming. Yay.
It's a good way to end it. You guys get to see what the void egg is next time.
Heck yeah.
I don't want to stare up.
You want to do what, Momo?
I don't want to stare.
She wants one more day. Some
hey,
items
they
replaced.
They put them in the.
Lost and found! Yay!
That's awesome. So we can go get it after. What are items from the Grange?
That we
Put 'em in the
forgot
lost and found.
because we forgot our food.
The things that we left, all the stuff.
Remember the display we made at the fair? We were supposed to take that stuff home,
yeah.
and we didn't, so they put it in lost and found.
Fuck yeah.
Alright. Oh, guys. Man, no! Got 35 seconds left. I bet they missed it. I bet they missed the witchy poo because of the ads.
I just want to check.
You can go look. You can tell us how many there are.
So far that I can see, it's 1.
Sweet. I think that's all it takes. And then you put it in the hatchery and you get your little thing. Bug, 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 bug. It's seconds.
Dark mayonnaise. Well, we're gonna stop anyway, so I'm gonna drink.
Yeah. You're gonna drink it. Drink the mayonnaise, Momo. Drink the mayonnaise. I'm all for it, crazy. Welcome, Shane. Congratulations on your long day and welcome. But yeah, Momo's drinking mayonnaise for us. Hold on, let me zoom in on this event. No, did you already drink it all? Oh, she's offering me mayonnaise.
We can chug together.
Okay, hold on. Let me zoom back in. I'm not ready. I gotta zoom in. Down, like big.
Oh damn! Ultra zoom.
Alright, I guess it goes to 200. I didn't know. There we go. 200% pixel-based mayonnaise drinking.
3,
Are you
2, 1.
Oh.
Chug.
Offer to Momo.
Oh, okay, I have one more.
There we go.
Oh. Yum 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 yum.
Here you go, guys. Drinking mayonnaise. It's now a thing. It wasn't a thing before. Concerned Ape decided with update 1.6 that we could drink mayonnaise together. So, cheers.
It's the best kind of blasphemy, Shade.
We're just eating
Yeah. Alright, just gonna eat
fucking
everything.
amazing.
What can I eat? I don't think I have anything left to eat. Can I eat a bomb? What are you feeding me, Shelly?
I did not hear bomb. I heard bong.
Spice jelly.
Oh, hot pepper.
Oh. You know, I'd be tempted to like blow up the farm and not save, but it would probably accidentally save, so I'm not doing that. You feed me more mayonnaise.
Okay. You guys need to log off now.
Ethan's down. Oh, a fish. I mean, it's sushi. Oh, no. Thank you.
I know you enjoy Momo's white stuff, but come on, man.
I fatten you up. I'ma cook you, Mono. I'ma cook you.
Don't cook me, don't cook me.
Jeez.
Jeez. What is it?
Run, little girl, run, little girl.
You can't catch me, Momo. I will, like, here, yeah. defend myself and fight you. And I will take it out on your nice little lightning poles. I care.
How dare you?
I took your lightning pulse. What are you gonna do about it? Huh? Oh, you precious little scarecrow. Okay.
I'm gonna take everything you love. I'm gonna take everything you love.
You can't. Don't take my stuff. Get out of my house. Stop taking my precious things. No, you're fighter.
Put it in.
Okay, guys. Mayo command now to drink mayo. That would be great.
You guys need to go to bed.
Okay, I need to exit and not sleep. Not sleep, but
not in the game.
Yes. Exit to title screen. Poor mama. She can't steal any more of my stuff. Everything that we just did there right at the end didn't get saved, so.
Oh shit.
It gets reset, which is wonderful. So no damage done. You guys, thank you for hanging out. Oh, jeez. And thank you, Momo and Lady Rain, for being here and playing with me. Thank you all for a wonderful stream. I'll see you Friday. Friday, remember, if you want to play Pokemon. Oh my god. If you want to play Stardew Valley with me on Friday, we are starting a brand new stay with a brand new team. You guys are more than welcome to join. Just let me know, join my Discord, DM me, whatever you want to do. You all seem really tired, Sully. Yes, very tired, Sully. I'm actually super exhausted, but that's normal. So, now I can take off my eyes and see my nose marks. Huh?
I'm hopping off completely. I gotta go lay down and stuff.
Alright, good night, Rain. Say good night, Momo. Good night, Rain.
Hello.
Good night, everyone.
Normal shenanigans.
This is normal shenanigans? Yes, it is. But yeah, see you guys Friday.
Bye.
Take care. Heart your faces.
Rain.
Thank you for being here and being awesome and being you.
Let's spread the chaos.
Love you long time. Oh my god. It's so bad. Oh my goodness. Okay. Jelly. She's drunk all the mayonnaise and now she's having beer on top of the mayonnaise, just to let you know. So, oh yeah. Alright, good night everyone. Bye. Say bye, Momo. Ending screen. I was once loved. It was all. Oh no. Good night.